Hi everyone, and welcome to our Taste of Tomorrow launch event. I'm Amy Tsang, Head of Europe for the Mills Fabrica and leading the brilliant team here. It's amazing to see all of you here today to join us on the journey of catalysing the shift towards a more sustainable food system for the betterment of people and our planet. At the Mills Fabrica, we're trying to do things a bit differently. There are a countless number of events and conferences focused on sustainability across a variety of industries that all talk about important topics and how the time we need to enact change is now. But today we want to focus on the solutions. What real actions can we collectively as an industry take to make positive impact? That's why on stage you'll be hearing from both the innovators who are developing the various solutions to make this change happen and the supply chain partners who have the power to support, engage with and work collaboratively with them. More importantly, I want to address you, the audience. We encourage you to be curious, ask questions, meet someone new today. We've handpicked every individual in this room for a purpose, ranging from ingredient and food manufacturers to NGOs, brands, retailers, startups, and more. There's plenty to share and learn from one another. For those of you who are not yet familiar with us, the Mills Fabrica is an innovation platform that's dedicated to investing in and supporting startups that are revolutionizing the agri-food and textile sectors. To complement our investment fund, we take a holistic approach in supporting startups through connections and exposure. We have co-working spaces and an innovation gallery and concept store known as Fabrica X. And finally, we engage in strategic partnerships and host events like these to bring together key industry stakeholders. I hope you all enjoy the program we've curated for you today. It's now my pleasure to invite on stage our keynote speaker, Arthur Potts Dawson. I first met Arthur just a few weeks ago now at another event, the Bajaj Centre for Sustainable Protein, who eloquently spoke about how in order to solve the huge challenges that the industry faces, we need to first start with building a resilient food system, which I wholeheartedly agree with. Arthur is an award-winning chef, a UN World Food Programme chef advocate, author, and eco-business entrepreneur. So please join me in welcoming Arthur.
The Taste of Tomorrow, which is why I'm here and everyone else is here, is something that I live for. Because for the past 20 years, I've been looking at sustainable food systems. And for nearly 40 years, it's my birthday soon, so I'm going to be very old. And I started very young. But look, everything that I talk about and everything I do is food related, because I started in the kitchens when I was 16. And I was taught by the Roux brothers, I've been taught by the River Cafe, Rose Gray, I've been taught by mentors all over the world about food systems, how it's grown, how it gets to us, how local it is, how seasonal it is, how expensive it is, how fresh it is. Quite a lot of the time, it was never really very much about how good for you it was. Might have been a bit buttery, might have been a bit fatty, might have been a bit salty, a little bit too much sugar, too much carbs, whatever. But the past 15 years, I've been looking at nutrition, and I will go into that in a minute. But look, looking at innovation to improve sustainability and the factors that we're living on a planet that it hasn't got much resource left to allow us to keep consuming like we're consuming. So part of what I do is to try and help people to understand that in a friendly, effervescent, bubbly way. And I've got tons of notes here, but I'm hardly going to talk to them because the idea is we've got 20 minutes, right? So what I really want to do is try and hit on a few factors that allow us to innovate and be change makers. But, you know, after 35 years of food, maybe a bit less, I was invited while I was working for IKEA Food, and IKEA Food asked me to change their internal mantra to become more sustainable. So we moved away from the meat ball and turned it to the veggie ball, because I had to challenge them to lead the industry rather than wait for the industry to change before they launched the veggie ball and the veggie dog. And it was price comparative to the meat dog. And it was a big thing for them to have to do. And I've done the same inside Unilever, Kellogg's, up in Kalamazoo. Anyone know where Kalamazoo is? Oh, right, okay, good. Because when they told me, I thought it was just a cartoon name, right? I was like, no way I'm going to Kalamazoo. Anyway, so I ended up there and I was in their innovation kitchen. And look, a lot of the big players all of the big food systems, they know it. From Danone, Unilever, Kellogg's, McDonald's, IKEA, they know that we have to change, but they're waiting for the change. And I challenge them at every step of the way is they need to lead the change from the front, and the consumer needs to catch up. Because in the words of Wendell Berry, how you eat determines how the world is used. And I think if we understand that, the choices that you make determine how we use the world, how we use our soil, how we use our water, how clean we make our air, how far we need to move our food, and the relationships we have with each other as a community of food globally. So it's a big factor when we look at and try to understand that as a community, if we consume in an improved way, then quite a lot of change will come from that. So we have to understand that we're powerful. Okay, so look, I love the word sustainable because even now, where was I? I was in one of the biggest corporate caterers in Europe 2 days ago, and their mantra for this season is sustainable nutrition. Next 5 years, we're aiming at sustainable nutrition, right? And so, of course, the people in the room, he said to them, what do you think of sustainable nutrition? What should we talk about? And everyone in the room just went, no feedback. Because sustainability as a word is a tricky one. Because it's big, everyone uses it, it seems to go on for generations. Because over 20 years ago, just down the road here, I opened a restaurant called Acorn House, which was considered to be the first sustainable restaurant in the world. And in that, I was challenging a system that really hadn't been challenged before. And then, of course, you talk about nutrition. Unless you're really a nutritionist, you go, what is it? So 2 words that are very difficult to understand were fired at 35 people in the room. They said, what about sustainable nutrition? And they all went, we have no idea what we're doing because all we're trying to do is sell food to people. But in that problem is what we need to look around innovation and understanding and communicating that we have to build nutrition, better gut health, better body health, and better understanding of how nutrition comes out of the ground, the importance of soil health, and the importance of good seeds. So we're dealing with a system that maybe is not understood, a little bit too complex. In fact, I think it's too complex for many people to understand. So in those complexities, food systems then slow down, they bog down, they kind of go, oh, it's too difficult to do, so let's not do it, or let's go really slowly, and let's do it next generation. But look, change isn't happening quick enough. Sorry to say it, and I'm not a doomsayer. I don't know, oh, the world is over, although I do know a very good man who could tell you that the world is ending, because our systems are it's just too much happening. What I'm here to say is there is opportunity for change. And I like to think that I'm sort of at the forefront of it. So in that, apart from being a World Food Programme advocacy chef, where I advocate for what the World Food Programme does globally, and it's an unbelievable organisation. Luckily, the funding hasn't been cut too badly, with the US being nearly a 60% donor to what the World Food Programme does, but also the school feeding programme. Better nutrition for children, better growth, hitting that hidden hunger aspect where people are kind of eating corns and beans, but they're not getting the micronutrition, they're not getting what they really need to develop the body and increase the brain capacity, or even regular brain growth. So look, there are, the reason why the UN has asked me to come and do that is because they recognise what I was doing at the IKEA level, and I thought I was standing on the IKEA platform and saying, oh, this is the 7th biggest food outlet in the world. You may or may not know that, but it's, you can go through the top 6 and IKEA is the 7th, and you go, what? 6.5 million tons of salmon, 1 billion meatballs. I mean, you want to know what the industry is doing to the environment when you look at big food systems. And off the back of that, the UN said, look, we're struggling. We're struggling because in 2015, when we wrote the Sustainable Development Goals, we thought that in 15 years, we'd have all the solutions, right? And so they said to me, we're really struggling. We're really, really struggling to get people to understand how we build and develop these goals out planetarily, because they recognize there's a problem, and these are the solutions. Everyone's heard of the SDGs in this room, I hope you all have. Who hasn't heard of the SDGs? Good. Who thinks that they're easy to understand? One? Okay, we got it. Okay, good. One person in the room. That's the issue that the UN faced. They said, listen, we've got a problem, and we're looking for people to get grassroots work done inside food systems. So can you help us to simplify the SDGs? So having come out of IKEA, I'd looked through Ingvar Kampvad's, the creative IKEA's sort of 10 ways to run a retail, a furniture store. Very simple. So me and a chap called Paul Noonan, who runs SDG Advocacy Hub 2, Zero Hunger, kind of put our heads together and came up with what was the early conception is the Chef's Manifesto. The Chef's Manifesto was very much for people in food systems, both in kitchens and in farming, to look at how you can take the SDGs and simplify them. And so we did that. But it was only about 2 weeks ago when I realized that it's now only 5 years to go to 2030. Which is what the UN said, oh, well, if we do all of these things, we'll get to that point. And the problem with that is that I was in, I won't mention any names, but I was in the biggest corporate caterer in the world. If you don't know who they are, then look them up. But I was in their office a couple of weeks back, and they said, I think we'll just push everything back to 2040. In fact, what a great idea. We're going to be real zero, whatever we're going to be by 2050. I said, really? 25 years from now, you think the food systems and the planet's still going to be the same? I think there's going to be a lot more challenges coming. And so our food systems need to change. And they need to change for the positive. I know that a lot of people in this room are looking at that and doing that. And I've been very much inspired. I'm helping on a panel a bit later on, looking at seaweed as one of the solutions, which is fantastic. Looking at alternative proteins, plant and animal. I think they've got a place in the room. And I think that in order to facilitate that change, we have to recognize that the choices that we make drive that change as consumers, because we're super powerful. Not far from here again, it's really weird. I opened up a supermarket. It was called the People Supermarket, which challenged food systems, which looked at how do you get better quality food into a community in an urban environment connected to a rural grower in the rural hinterland of a city, because cities are inherently unsustainable. They're not very resilient. Food is one of the major factors. Energy is also a major factor. Water is also a major factor. So we have a lot of points to make when it is, as consumers, we say to ourselves, okay, well, I'm going to walk into an environment with my wallet and buy something that's going to support a food system positively around me. Okay, so, and we've only just closed the People Supermarket, actually. 15 years it went. Community. I don't know if there's anyone, who comes from Brooklyn? Park Slope, any Brooklynites in the room? Park Slope Food Co-op, you know it? It was kind of borrowed off that, so that was our sister place. They're still going, they've been going since 1971. Community focused very much on food systems around them. Very, very important. Okay, I'm way off subject, way off topic. I'm nowhere close to what I was supposed to be saying. Amy, please excuse me, but I'm trying to be as keynote and positive as we go. Okay, so look, yeah, look, one thing I do have to say, and I'll just reiterate this, you and only you are behind the food choices that you make. You determine how this world is used. It's a position of power, and you have to use your choices for good. There are subtleties, there are advertising, there's supermarkets, they're nuancing you. Oh, I need more crisps, I need more fizzy pop, I need more sugar, bad carbohydrates. We need to really kind of understand that the food systems around us, we need to be making better choices. I helped Unilever, who's a pretty big company. They launched something called the Future 50 Foods. Anyone hands up Future 50? Quite a few people in the room, Future 50. It was brilliant, but I kind of struggle with that. And I've only been struggling with it for about 10 days, so I'm going to say this to you today. I think we need to be looking more, and this is almost poignant to this moment. Yesterday I read that Goldman Sachs are now taking off the fact that they don't need diversity and inclusion in the boards of the companies they're selling, right? No more diversity and inclusion. Someone over in the US, some president somewhere over there is taking away diversity and inclusion. That triggered me to say that we need more diversity and inclusion in our food systems, in our ingredients, and in our diets. We have to have more seeds. We have to have more soil health. We have to understand that systems have to be cleaning our water and our air, healing the planet while we consume from the food that we're taking from the planet. So these are the types of things, and it might not be an innovative piece of tech, or it might not be an innovative machine, but we can innovate in the choices that we make. We can be creative about the food that we eat. And one of the things is that sustainable nutrition is actually, I gave a talk to Kerry Foods, an Irish company, super cool, they really are thought leaders. And I gave a talk to them 3.5 years ago, and a number of days ago, and this is where we met, at the Bezos Center for alternative proteins. And Kerry Foods gave a talk. And the title of my talk was Sustainable Nutrition, the Future of Food Systems. And what did they launch at the Bezos Food Center? Well, we think the trend this year is sustainable nutrition. It's the future of food. And I was like, I said that 3.5 years ago. Okay, so saying it to these companies, it takes 3 years for them to move. That's how big this is. There's a big problem here, and we need to generate change faster. Thought leaders, change makers, innovators, and Taste of Tomorrow is brilliant, okay, because when Amy said, hey, I'm doing this thing called Taste of Tomorrow, I want to come along, we just sat and we just said, hey, listen, come and give a little talk. Now you hear me rambling on. What did I invite him to do that for? Okay, but look, so innovation and looking ahead is something that I've always done. I don't know why, it's just, maybe it's accidental, maybe it's because I'm always pushed and pressed by the people who stand at my shoulder. Now look, right here, who's heard of Pierre Kaufman? Pierre Kaufman, right? 3 Michelin stars I learnt with Pierre. Here is Albert Roux. Well, actually, here is Albert. I shouldn't say that. He wasn't very tall, but he was a very powerful man. And his brother Michel. And Rose Gray. I've got people standing on my shoulder looking at me, not just at the plate of food that I cook, but the systems that surround the food. How do I buy them? Who do I buy them from? How far has it travelled? Now, I know you've heard this again and again and again, but unless we start to challenge those, we can't just keep going in default. There's no default button anymore. We have to change. We have to innovate. We have to look at resilience as a word rather than sustainability as a word. Very, very quickly, I was invited by the Queen to Buckingham Palace and I was talking to her about cows. She and I discussed cows for 5 minutes because she's got a lot of land, or she had a lot of land, and she had a lot of cows. But after that, I said, who's the most important person in this room that I should go and talk to after having spent time with you? And she pointed to 3 people standing in the corner of this main room I was in. So I went across to speak to them. It was the army. And I said, okay, it's great to meet you guys. You're the food corps, I guess, because you're dressed in that. You've got scrambled eggs on your hat, and it was all the majors and badges and stuff. And they said, yeah, we're the food corps. And I said, well, it's obviously the army marches on its stomach, so therefore you're the most important people in the room because the army secures the thing. And they said, yeah, but when societal structure breaks down and systems are pressured, we take control of the food system. And I went, what? So we're living in a world where we think the system around us is dictated by us and what we do. But if you do not build direct links or grow your own food or understand where your next plate of food comes from, then you're resilient on a system, or you're based on a system that is generated to make money from selling you food. 5 minutes, okay, I'm gonna let you off in 5 minutes. Okay, so how resilient is our food system if it's huge dairy farms producing milk in one farm? When they're splitting up, they're taking small little dairy herds and they're making bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger, and the dairy herd gets unwell, they have to inoculate it. It's not resilient enough to absorb the stresses and the fractures that are coming. Sorry, that are coming from climate change. And I met an environmental scientist who taught at Manchester University. It was a random meeting over a nice meal I cooked. And he challenged me and said, there's no such thing as climate. Climate is the end result of what weather patterns are doing. So he said, think of everything as a weather pattern. Rain, wind, and sun. Wind and sun. Okay, so stop saying climate, talk about weather pattern change. Now, if we don't build a resilient food system around us where our fields and our soil is able to absorb water and our air is cleaned and the microbial activity underground, whether it's the mycelium work or the insects or the worms are doing the work underneath the ground, then we are not going to be resilient enough to withstand the climate weather changes that are coming. And they're not just coming in the UK, they're coming globally. Right? Whether you're in the US, whether you're in Africa, wherever you are on this planet, it's changing. Okay? So if we don't change fast enough, we're never going to keep up with this. So I'm not trying to put a negative thing on, is recognize it, understand it, and build resilience into the food system around you. Otherwise, you're going to be beholden to a food queue waiting for a loaf of bread where, oh, I wish I knew where my next egg is coming from. I wish I knew. Okay? So we really have to understand that. So, and so that brings me to, with a million points I need to make in this short amount of time I've been given, is a lot of people find going to a supermarket, they understand it, right? But it's convenient, okay? But is convenient food nutritious? We need to make convenient food resilient, local, and nutritious. And at the same time, we need to build our bodies to be healthy enough to absorb the nutrition that's coming from the food that we're putting in it. That means gut health, microbial activity, really good, strong ferments, live apple cider vinegars, cultures. Get your body able to consume a vast array of products, because you never know when the shock's going to come, and you're going to have to move from sugar, crisps, wheat, chocolate, all the things you do, to actually having to maybe eat whole foods, real food. Maybe you have to eat something that's very seasonal and very local, and that's all you got. Get your gut healthy. So healthy gut is absolutely essential. So, which leads me on to what it is I'm doing right now. And this image, okay? Here's the person who made this image in the room. No, okay. So this image is AI generated. I shouldn't tell you that, but I'm going to tell you that. So there's no one sweated over this. Did they sweat over it for hours, Amy? You probably paid them a fortune to do this, didn't you? And they just went, AI, go for it. Anyway, point being is, this is AI generated, okay? Right now, I'm running, and I've got 2 minutes, 1 minute. Oh, 1:56, I've got loads of time. Okay, so look, I'm working on a project that uses artificial intelligence to draw out from algorithms around each individual person's body that we serve food to, how can I optimize and personalize a meal to you? And it's going to be different to you. And they're different because your DNA is different. Okay? Your genetic makeup is different. Your gut microbiome is different. The way your liver works, the way your kidneys work, the way your brain operates, the way your lungs, it's different. Maybe subtle, but it's different. And in order to make sure that we get to achieve the right amount of vitamin B12, vitamin D, the right amount of fiber, the right amount of carbs, the right amount of protein. Some people can really do well with animal protein, some people can't. Some people really have a hard time with caffeine, other people have a great time with alcohol, right? But your body absorbs things in different ways and works in different ways. So, if I can draw just as much information out of you as you let me take, and we do go all the way up to DNA and blood work, then I can go back to you with 15 or 17 dishes a day which optimize for your body. And in fact, these three match your body 87%. You might, well, actually, no, I really want to go down here and have a pizza or lasagna, 32%, but at least you understand what it's doing. So the AI begins to help us to tweak and dial and understand. Now look, I don't want to get too headstrong, I've got 31 seconds, but the idea is that if we could work to premenopause, postmenopause, testosterone levels, activity levels, oxygen in the blood, we can work from hardware all the way through to understanding your consumption patterns, breakfast, lunch and dinner, cold showers, sleep, how much focus do you need, how much energy do you need, are you on a weight loss program? There are so many different things, and you put all of that into an AI program and it'll generate something that's perfect for you. And the concept of that is that if we can optimize food on the plate, then you can get the best results from the food systems around us. We don't need to be producing 30% of food waste. You need to have just what you need on the plate. You need to have just what you need from production and purchasing. And the idea is that we're going to talk about this a bit later, and I'm supposed to end. I can see this end word. If we can reduce the amount of food waste that we're generating on this planet, I mean, at the moment, it's like 30 to 34% of food waste that you bring home, you chuck away. Supermarket, same. The volumes are unbelievable. Kicking off a ton of methane. Look, our food systems are definitely broken, and we can fix them with the choices that we make. I hope you enjoy your day. I hope I've got enough conversation for you, but yeah, thank you very much for listening.
So I'd like to invite on stage Rosie from Synthesis Capital, who'll be moderating alongside Alicia from MadeSweetly, Zoe from Holland and Barrett, and Max from NovoNutrients.
And Arthur, I think that was a great lead-in to this panel where we're going to be digging into much more detail on this topic of sustainable nutrition for a healthier planet. It's obviously a very big topic. We've only got 30 minutes to talk to this, so we're going to try and dig into a handful of themes within this kind of broader area. We're going to be talking about the convergence between nutrition and sustainability goals. We're going to be talking about innovation to really tackle these objectives. And thirdly, we're going to be talking a little bit to one of the points Arthur raised around how we make these products more accessible to consumers to really kind of grow adoption of healthy, sustainable products. Really pleased to have three amazing panelists here to discuss this with me, all bringing different perspectives to this topic, but all from businesses that are working in this sector. A very brief introduction on myself before we kick off. I'm Rosie Wardle. I'm one of the co-founding partners at Synthesis Capital. We're an investor in this space focused exclusively on the future of food. Myself and my team, we've been investing in the sector for about 12 years now, so we've been around for a while, and we're currently investing out of a $300 million fund focused on the future of food. It's early stage venture, Series A and Series B, so good to see a lot of familiar faces in the room, but also a lot of new faces, which is always nice, and thank you to the Mills team for bringing everyone together. Okay, so let's kick things off. I think to start the discussion, what would be helpful for everyone in the room, I think, is to kind of get on the same page in terms of your definitions of sustainable nutrition and how your businesses think about this topic. Because, and Arthur spoke to this, it's obviously quite a broad and complex area, and there are often very different definitions, or sometimes a complete lack of definitions in the space. So perhaps starting with Alicia, given you're on this side, can you talk to us a bit about how you at MadeSweetly define sustainable nutrition, and kind of within that, just tell us a bit about what the business does?
Great. So just to introduce what we do, we are a precision fermentation company that makes sugar alternatives, so protein-based sugar alternatives. And the definition of sustainable nutrition is really difficult. I've actually agonized over it quite a lot. I think now more and more we think of sustainability very much in terms of the environment, and we are getting better at kind of defining that: land use, water use, carbon capture, and things like this. And definitely that's one of the main reasons I got into the field that I got into. But I think sustainability is kind of much more of a holistic concept, where it's not only the environmental side, but also the societal side. It has to be something that benefits the good of societies in general. It can't just be, as Arthur mentioned, just like one big corporation that like controls all the milk, and then how is that sustainable, even if it is environmentally sustainable? So for us, we try and really look at, yes, achieving the metrics of environmental sustainability. We use precision fermentation, which is a much less land heavy, much less water heavy, and much less like carbon heavy industry, but also one where we're introducing products that would be sustainable for people, that it's healthier than what's currently on the market, and can be affordable and benefit everyone.
Thanks, Alicia. Very helpful. Zoe, let's move to you. How do you define this topic, and how does Holland and Barrett look at it?
Sure. I would actually argue that it probably shouldn't be left up to businesses to define what sustainable nutrition is. So we'd rather look to international expert organizations such as the UN, and we use their definition, which tends to center around nutritionally dense, healthy foods that are lower environmental impact, but also accessible and culturally appropriate, I think is a summary of that definition.
Max?
Yes, a very easy topic to discuss in under 2 minutes. So I think there are three major components of sustainability when it comes to nutrition, and my colleagues have already mentioned a few of them, but I would say that number one is the management of resources such that the externalities associated with the production of nutrition and sustenance can be mitigated either by natural or technological systems. So for me, that includes things like land and water use, pesticides, fertilizers, antibiotics, and carbon sequestration within our soils. The second dimension, I think, revolves mostly around economic sustainability. Arthur mentioned that, it's great to get seasonal local produce organically raised. That's not necessarily a choice that everybody has in this world. I live in a very rural area in Montana in the United States, and one of the main sources for nutrition is the gas station. So it's just not something that everybody can accommodate economically, and as such, sustainability needs to take into account, is the nutrition being produced and sold in a way that both fairly compensates the producer and is affordable for the consumer? And then finally, as Zoe just mentioned, I would say that there's a cultural sustainability element that often really gets overlooked. I went on honeymoon in Rwanda a few years ago, and I noticed that there's a lot of New World crops over there, and simultaneously there's a lot of protein deficiency, and I asked my guide, and why not something like lentils? It seems like a very easy fix to reduce protein deficiency. And he explained to me that in the 70s, lentils were imported as an emergency foodstuff, and they were viewed as sort of like poverty food. And so they never latched on culturally. And so for NovoNutrients, which creates alternative protein via captured carbon dioxide and microbial fermentation, we have a long way to go to cultural acceptance of a novel protein product. And I think that'll be the most important element.
Very helpful, Max. Thank you. I want to dig into this question of how, because we're talking about how we balance health of people with health of the planet, right? And we're talking about the convergence between nutrition goals and sustainability efforts. How do you guys look at kind of trade-offs there, if you do believe there are trade-offs? Or do you see nutrition and sustainability as two sides of the same coin with very kind of natural intersections? Maybe Zoe, going to you first in terms of Holland and Barrett's approach.
Sure. I mean, on the topic of trade-offs, I'll give a slightly annoying answer and say I think there don't have to be trade-offs, and too often there are. But there are a lot of natural convergences. One of the kind of old school convergences I always think of is organic farming, which tends to be better for soil health, better for human health, and just generally more environmentally sustainable. From a more innovation-led viewpoint, I also think about plant-based diets and plant-based innovation and how eating a plant-based diet is so often more nutritionally dense, or can be, lower environmental impact, but also more affordable a lot of the time than eating a lot of animal-based foods.
That's helpful. Max, I'd be interested to hear from NovoNutrients' side, because my understanding is that you're using CO2 as a feedstock to grow your microorganisms. So how do you think about that intersection, I suppose?
Essentially, our key selling point is that with NovoNutrients and Novotein, our flagship product, you do not have to make that trade-off. We capture 1.6 tons of carbon dioxide per ton of protein produced, and the production of Novotein actually avoids or abates the emission of up to 15 tons of carbon dioxide per ton of protein produced, vis-a-vis not needing to use virgin land to create grazing pastures or freeing up land currently under cultivation for row crops. And so for us, basically the whole reason we decided that we were going to do this was because we wanted to eliminate the perception that there had to be a trade-off between nutrition and sustainability.
Okay, interesting. Alicia, how do you see that? Because in your process, are you using a sugar-based feedstock, or how does that work?
So we do have sugar-based feedstocks that'll probably be the first on the market just because of regulations right now and how easy it is to get things into the market. We are also developing technologies on which we develop our products on secondary feedstocks, so that's agri-food byproducts, farm waste, and things like this. There's a lot more technology that needs to be developed there before that can be fully accepted on the regulatory side. So we are very active in making sure that is one of our goals. But then it's also just how quickly can we get this product to the market, because the longer we wait, the less of an impact that we'll have, and we need this impact fast. But I definitely think that we chose our products for the fact that we wanted to make environmental impact and sustainability, but we didn't want to compromise at all on the nutrition side or the health side, which is why we chose the products we did, which is sugar alternatives.
Great. Alicia, you actually touched on one of the next questions I had, which is around the role of technology and innovation really in driving both sustainability and nutrition outcomes. And at Synthesis, we're investing kind of in B2B companies that are doing just that, kind of developing innovation platforms that we think will help the sector to overcome challenges around cost and scale that have existed for the past couple of years. And we see a lot of innovation kind of coming down the pipeline that we think will get us closer to those goals around both nutrition and sustainability. And I think the feedstock question is a really good one, because that will really help to both reduce impact of agricultural systems, but also reduce the cost of some of these products in precision fermentation, for example. And so with that lens, I'd love to hear from all of you how you're seeing innovation and technology in recent years really getting us closer towards the objectives that we have in this space. And if you're seeing innovation and R&D really supporting the development of better products at lower cost to the consumer. Again, maybe Zoe, starting with you and what you're seeing from a Holland and Barrett perspective, given the company's been in the space for decades, but are you seeing a real uptick in new product development that you're able to get onto the shelves?
Definitely. I mean, creating those healthy, innovative, accessible products is really the lighthouse of our in-house R&D team, and we just invested a lot in completely redoing our own brand food range, and we launched just last month over 500 new food products, which I can't talk about too much because I'm still kind of working my way through the bulk of all those products and trying the final product. But on the innovation front, one thing that always comes to mind and that I think is a really great example is our vegan omega-3 product. So typically when you talk about omega-3, people's first thought is fish oil, probably the most mainstream source of supplemental omega-3 on the market. But we launched a vegan product a few years ago that is actually made out of algal oil, which they found you can make an omega-3 supplement that has a pretty much exactly the same nutritional profile as fish oil, with a much lower environmental impact, a more controlled production environment as well. So that's a really, really great product, and I think just highlights kind of how innovation can lead to new solutions even where you wouldn't necessarily expect it.
Super interesting. Maybe going to Max, can you tell us a bit more about, obviously your company is built around new technology to answer this question, but can you talk more about where the technology is and how far along you are or other breakthroughs you see in terms of really making products like yours mainstream?
Sure. So right now we're at the pilot scale in the San Francisco Bay Area, and one of our major innovations has been the development of this looping bioreactor. It sort of looks more like plumbing than perhaps you've seen traditional bioreactors look like. I'm seeing a lot of blank stares in here. Okay, I'm just going to move on then. Yeah, we've done a lot of strain engineering as well, non-GMO, that is selectively breeding bacteria that will produce high amounts of protein, low amounts of anti-nutritional factors, and that will taste good as well. And ultimately, that's going to be the key, right? It's great for us to be able to harp on the fact that we're, carbon neutral or carbon negative, depending on some of the inputs, that we can produce beef quality protein without the cow, that we can supplant over 30,000 hectares of soy with a single factory on 15 hectares. But like I was saying before, with cultural sustainability, if nobody wants to eat it, if nobody thinks it tastes good, then it's unfortunately going to go nowhere. So that's our sort of next challenge right now is we think we've cracked the code for animal nutrition, but animal nutrition doesn't necessarily translate one-to-one to human nutrition. Anyone who's ever smelled a bowl of dog food can probably attest to that. It's not super appetizing. I will say, though, that in terms of the broader context of technology, food technology or nutrition technology has always been about maximizing yield and maximizing access to food economically. And I think we're very, very much still in that mode. It's just that now, finally, the consequences of those externalities are being recognized, right? Like the advent of refrigeration or synthetic fertilizer or the green revolution was able to rocket us to access to food in a way that we had not previously had. And we didn't really think about, well, hold on, can we just keep doing this forever? Because the promise of having abundant food was just too good to pass up. I often think about my great-grandparents who came from Russia and Poland in the early 20th century to the United States, and they came from famine times. And so to them, they were gobsmacked by the idea of canned soup and frozen food and, limitless a-seasonal production. And that's a hard paradigm to shake yourself out of.
Yeah, fascinating. Alicia, maybe coming back to you, you mentioned obviously the feedstock angle as a key area you're working on, but tell us a bit more about your R&D program and the key technology levers that you're hoping to pull.
So we work on precision fermentation, which I guess some of you may have heard of already. But it's where we use strain engineering to create microorganisms that produce our product of interest. And we go through a bioreactor process of fermentation and then downstream processing where we purify and extract out our protein of interest. Now, it is quite an involved process, and it's one that's still relatively in its infancy, so there's a lot of developments that are needed kind of every step of the way. And I mean, there is kind of a question of yield there, right? Because the idea is that you can make good products, but still it costs a lot. So every step of the way, there's a lot of technology. That being said, I mean, I come from a very academic background. I did a PhD. I spent my whole career kind of in universities and doing research. And when I was doing research, I was like, great, you know, I'll do these scientific experiments and they're great for the world, and someone will just like take them up and do them, right? Because of course they're amazing. This is so easy. I've done it in the lab. But what I've seen kind of in this journey is that there's actually a lot of difficulties in adapting all of that research and tech into real world applications, not only just on kind of the practical side, but also on the cultural side. Tech has always been in our food forever, but there's still a lot of resistance. Food is one of comfort, it's one of culture, it's one of habits. So to introduce new technology, it's not only a question of the research that you need to improve the technology, which definitely there is a lot of research needed, but also on the cultural side, we need to feel comfortable with these technologies, learn how to use them well, and integrate them into our society well.
Yeah, absolutely. And just building on that, actually, I'd love to talk a little bit more about the consumer lens on this. And I will start opening up to questions soon. So, but I'll just ask this one first of all. Zoe, I'd love to hear, given you're kind of, I guess, closest to the consumer, given you have the retail angle, what are you seeing in terms of changes in consumer priorities and consumer demands in recent years? Because it definitely seems to me, and I'm sure many in the room, that the nutrition lens is becoming more and more important to consumers. And there's definitely a lot of discussion in the mainstream media around UPFs and processing and different angles of nutrition. But what are you seeing in terms of actual consumer demand and change in consumer demand in your stores today?
Definitely. Completely agree with you. I think we've seen a huge, with the strain on healthcare systems, we've seen this shift to people really wanting to take control of their health and be informed and walk into a store and have the information that they need to make good decisions. And that's definitely reflected in our customer and what they want. I think we are so lucky with our physical presence in terms of what we can put in front of the consumer. The challenge is probably more around information. So we live in an information economy where there is so much to consider when you're trying to make choices for your health, and there's probably not a single decision we're forced to make more often than what we want to eat. And if you're anything like me, you wake up in the morning and you think, oh my gosh, not again. So I think how we distill all the great expertise and information and innovation that is out there in a way that is easy for consumers to kind of sift through and make choices. I think that's really the challenge, and something we've invested a lot in is how do we target our scientific expertise, what our in-house science team is coming up with, as well as our sustainability credentials appropriately, so that people don't just end up feeling overwhelmed and think, you know what, I actually think I'm going to go back to what I've been eating before because it's just easier.
Max and Alicia, how do you think about the consumer in this whole equation? And what are the main drivers that you're seeing from, I don't know if you're speaking directly to the kind of the end consumer or you're more talking to corporate buyers who would be adding your product as an ingredient, but what are you seeing in terms of changing drivers for those customers of yours?
Go ahead. Oh, sure. I mean, for us, so we would operate on a B2B kind of business model, but what's very important to us, because at the end of the day, no business exists without consumers, right? So we really do try and keep in touch with our consumers as well. I mean, the reason I started this company was actually kind of for myself. I cut sugar out of my life. At some point that didn't stick because, sugar came back in my life in a big way at some point. But I cut sugar out of my life, and I was kind of like looking at different alternatives, and I started like looking into the effects of sugar. And I started talking about it also with my friends, and I realized that I wasn't alone. It's really, there's so much information out there, sometimes way too much information. We see the rise of people who become kind of a bit paranoid about what they're eating the whole time, and conspiracy theories as well. So there's like two sides of this coin. It goes either way. So I think there really needs to be kind of better education around it. I don't think this can be the role of the business completely, because every business has its self-interests at heart. There needs to be kind of a higher level, and that needs to also guide the businesses and kind of wait for that. And in our minds, we want to create something that we think is good, personally that I think is good and I would eat myself, that the consumers I talk to think would benefit them on their sugar reduction journeys. But at the end of the day, I don't think that any one business should dictate what is good or bad for consumers.
Yeah, we're also a B2B company, so we would need buy-in from large formulators and nutrition companies, as Arthur mentioned. But even I will say that while we are a B2B company, part of my background is in food service. And Arthur, on behalf of everybody in front of house, sorry for making your life more difficult in all likelihood. And what we find is that consumers really sort of stick to three major keywords over the last few years, which is sustainable, adventurous, and natural. Those are the kinds of things that we find are continuously trending upward, alongside a marked rise in Gen Z and Gen Alpha's exploration of not particularly meat-heavy diets, be that strict veganism, vegetarianism, flexitarianism, pescatarianism, meatless Mondays. All these different kinds of dietary trends are certainly pointing in the direction of an increased desire for sustainability, which is great for us. The one area that I think that we will, as I mentioned before, likely struggle with is getting buy-in about our product being natural. Now, the process of fermentation is thousands of years old. We've been brewing beer and wine since before we had writing. We've been making cheese for thousands of years, yogurt, kefir, all of these foods that rely on microbes pre-digesting or fermenting a substrate in order to provide something even more healthy than the base food. That's the kind of message that we're trying to get out, that this is a natural product. But again, as Arthur said, the sort of drivers of food access ultimately are these large food formulators, and we'll need buy-in from them to reinforce that message, and we'll need them to sort of take the first leap.
Great. Thank you, Max. I'd love to start getting some questions from the room. So if anyone would like to raise their hands and ask any of our panelists. Yeah, we've got one here in the front.
Hey guys, thank you. Mark Viola from Myco Stories. Would like to ask maybe a question for the two main innovators in the panel. What are some of the lessons that you can learn from the alternative protein space, considering they've been experiencing some difficulties from an investment and also from a consumer acceptance point of view?
I'll go first. I mean, I think alternative proteins, especially like in, I guess, what you're referring mostly to is like the meat alternative space, because that was very big for a while. I mean, I think there are some big lessons to be learned. First of all, kudos to them, though, because they were the first innovators in this space, and every first innovator is always going to have a struggle. It's a new technology. People always struggle with the new. I think there is maybe this is my academic side coming out, there is also this kind of disconnect between how quickly people who don't work in this kind of technology expect this technology to develop. Science takes quite a lot of time. I think these are technologies that will mature for sure, but we were expecting quick returns, which we haven't seen. And there was kind of a huge expectation and hype that built up. Luckily for us, I think we've learned a bit from that. And in some ways, a lot of technologies can now piggyback off of the great work that they've already done. Sorry to all the investors that got burnt, though.
Yeah, I agree 100%. You know, a tremendous amount of trailblazing was done by the Impossibles and the Beyonds of the world. I would say we've learned two very, very important lessons. One is be wary of hype cycles, right? Just try not to get swept up in the idea that this is going to, take over all grocery store shelves in the next few years, and sort of stick to your guns in that regard. Just make it clear that you're not necessarily looking for the very fast return, right? You're expecting this to be a consumer product that will gain a toehold and eventually a foothold and then a full leg in the door, and then it's already competing with a lot of other things for shelf space. So just understand that the process is very slow. The other thing is that I think a lot of the marketing around alternative proteins as meat substitutes focused on the idea that these were indistinguishable from meat, or that they were like a perfect replacement for meat. And I remember thinking years ago, that's the wrong strategy. This should be treated as a novel food. It should be treated as something that is better than meat for all the following reasons. It should not be directly compared with meat. Alternative proteins have their own niche, and it would be great if we could replace all animal protein or plant protein with fermentation protein overnight, but that's not really what people want, and they're not really ready to accept that culturally. So steer clear of trying to compare yourself to something that's already a well-proven technology. Comparison is the thief of joy, succinctly.
Great question. More questions. There's one in the back there. I'm not sure if we can get a mic back to you.
I was curious, you talked about healthy, sustainable with some of the big consumer trends. I'm a big fan of corn chicken nuggets, but they're ultra processed, but they're great for sustainability. So I was curious, how do you marry this kind of trend for getting rid of ultra processed foods with the sustainable alternatives? It's a broad question to the panel.
Yeah, that's a really intriguing question. To be frank with you, I don't know if we've figured out a succinct answer for that yet, but I think that focusing principally on the novel ingredient and not necessarily the binders and emulsifiers will draw people's attention away from that, consumers, that is. And again, sort of standing on business about it being a natural fermentation process removes, I think, some of the icky feeling of, highly industrialized production. That's, again, I think something that will take guidance from major food producers on and, learn from their successes, because as an ingredient supplier, that's not necessarily part of the branding that we're doing. But it's a very interesting question to consider, and personally, I don't have a terrific answer for it right now.
I would add to that as well that ultra-processed foods, it's kind of one of the newer trends. I don't know if I know as much as Zoe. For sure she knows more than I do on this. But it does seem to be something that's quite popular in media, but we don't really quite understand what at least for me and for the people that I talk to, we don't have a standardized understanding of what ultra-processed foods actually are, because all foods are processed to some degree, right? And so there is also a question, is it how many ingredients? Is it what ingredients? For us, it's trying to strike that balance and make sure we're making a good ingredient for products that are as close to a whole food as possible. That's just a personal decision. Every technology, every ingredient can be used. It's kind of up to the hand of the consumer how they use it at the end of the day. But we will try and minimize our impact through that.
Yeah, Zoe, I'd love to hear your perspective on that.
Yeah, I guess I agree with what the others on the panel have said. I just want to chime in with the argument for progress over perfection sometimes. I think let's not downplay what a great thing. Corn, chicken nuggets probably were when they first came out, and that sometimes having options for people to pick from and decide on is a really good thing.
I'm a fan of them too, so you're not alone back there. Other questions? Oh, yeah, Arthur, do you want to? Okay.
Just slightly following on from that question, mainly for sort of Zoe on the Holland and Barrett side. Is there a particular format that you're seeing consumers kind of want to take nutrients and sort of sustainable nutrition in? For example, like mushroom gummies and kind of, I've noticed when I go into Holland and Barrett, there's liquid forms of lion's mane as well as gummies. And is there a particular format that you're seeing like a huge rise in at the moment?
Yeah, gummies are really popular. You wouldn't be the only one who thinks that. So again, I think variety is key. Everyone has their own personal preferences, so I don't want to speak for what works for everyone. And I think having innovations that fit into different lifestyle formats is a really good point. I think a lot of times what is sustainable, so to speak, for one person isn't what's sustainable for another person. But trends-wise, just in the supplement space, definitely gummies, liquid formats are really popular right now. Functional beverages, actually, you probably see in supermarkets as well. Everyone is adding things to drinks now. Yeah, those are some really big trends.
Arthur, do you want to try?
Do you mind? Just a quick question, because the last two words are of this panel kind of something that's bugging me, in as much that I'm thinking the route to healing the planet is consuming food that's better for the planet. And I'm just wondering, from the process and the work that you've done with PhD, and how can we, because you might be able to gather more momentum by saying to people, hey, if you look at this product not only from a healthy perspective, but it planetarily impacts positively. Are those struggles that you find is something that you're doing not contributing to a healthier planet? Or because I know that if we can grow particular types of crops, they can add nitrates back into the soil, or the rootstock will run deeper to allow for better water retention, etc. If we work towards a system of food that is based on alternative, maybe factory-based or lab-based production, where can we get the triggers for a healthier planet from?
Yeah, great question. Obviously, the most concrete examples would be less land and water use, and consequently less pesticide and fertilizer use, which results in less soil depletion, less eutrophication. I'm sure you're familiar with the dead zone at the mouth of the Gulf of Mexico because of all the pesticide runoff in the Mississippi. Yeah, producing maximal nutrition, utilizing minimal resources, I think is the most succinct way to get to the healthier planet driver. But I'll be frank with you, as much as people say that they really do care about a healthier planet and that they want to eat more sustainably, it's not a full-on commitment for a lot of people, either by choice or by necessity. I know people who will drive electric cars and then eat at McDonald's, you know, which engages in factory farming and, you know, is generally not very healthy for you either, I would say. I think sometimes we get very bogged down in this idea, like you said, of progress versus perfection, which is that it's, you know, it's okay to care about the planet and try and take actions to be more sustainable and build a healthier planet, especially through the food that we choose. But not everybody is going to be able to come on that journey on the first go round. Not everybody is going to be able to see that clearly, no matter how succinctly or evidence-based it's presented to them. I think there's a lot of messaging that's yet to be done to really convince people that factory or lab-based production of nutrition is ultimately healthier, just because saying it aloud sounds Frankenstein-y, you know?
Yeah, and just to add on to that, I mean, so I was recently in a conversation with a regenerative beef farmer and then a alternative, like a meat substitute company in a panel. It's a very interesting discussion, as you can imagine. And basically, I don't think there is one solution to any of the problems we have. I mean, we have a lot of problems. We need a lot of solutions. These things kind of have to work hand in hand. We can't kind of say, oh, because we need to be better, like have better farming practices, we shouldn't do this. That's not at all the case for me. I think it really should be a kind of in concert effort because we're really on a timer here.
I think that's a great note to end on. Thank you all for the questions and thank you to the panelists.
We're going to be discussing how regulatory decisions impact innovation and scaling in the food sector, and discuss opportunities for collaboration between industry and policymakers to build a more informed food system. So I'd like to invite back on stage Arthur, who will be moderating, joined by Rowena from CH4 Global, Anu from the Earthshot Prize, and Jamie from Too Good To Go.
Moving swiftly along, I'm back with a microphone. I thought this was much later in the day, but obviously it's straight off the back of a keynote, so I have not taken over here. Perhaps a quick intro. Were you going to say? No. A quick intro of each other and what it is you do and where you come from before we start. Starting there with Rowena. Yeah.
Hi, so Rowena Pullan. I work for a company, CH4 Global. We make a product that uses a unique seaweed that when fed to ruminant animals can reduce their methane emissions by up to 90%.
Hey folks, I'm Jamie Crummie. I'm one of the co-founders of Too Good To Go. We're a social impact company that uses technology to reduce food waste. So our sort of hero product is our marketplace where we connect individuals with businesses who have surplus food for sale.
Hello everyone, I'm Anuradha with the Earthshot Prize, which is an environmental charity set up 4 years ago by Prince William.
What a panel. And we got to talk a couple of days ago, and of course I've got reams of notes, and then I had to ask a few questions. But it was funny to be able to pull together a panel like this because we're up against challenges, but we're also talking about innovation. And I was fascinated by what we're talking about, certainly around reducing the impact of consumption. And Rowena, if I can start with you, and then I'll come to Jamie afterwards. What it is that you're doing is actually reducing the impact of ruminants that they have on the planet. Could you just talk a little bit about that to the room so that they understand really what it is you're doing?
Yeah, so the goal is, and this kind of came out in the previous panel a little bit, habit change is hard. And if you try and tell consumers what to do, you often get a very negative reaction. And I live in the US, I apologize for that, especially at the moment. Telling people what to do has just become a lot harder. So our goal is really to buy the planet time. We have an innovation. Basically, ruminant animals have developed over millennia to produce protein from actually incredibly poor food sources. You would not believe what cows are fed. Almond husks, just to give you an example, and yet they produce protein, and whether it's milk or beef. So they're a really good existing system that we don't handle very well. And so our goal is how can we make that system a little more sustainable for a period of time so that we can have some of these, novel proteins and have the human race kind of understand that we need to shift. So, that's really what we're about. And so our product is it reduces the methane that cattle, any ruminant, but we're focused on cattle right now, produce as part of their digestive process. And just to put that in context, the cattle population of the world today is warming this planet more than the entire country of China or the entire country of the US plus the EU combined. So if we wiped China off the map and every form of emission that they're making today, you would have less impact than if we can reduce the emissions from cattle. So it's a big opportunity, and we think we can do something in a relatively short space of time.
Jamie, food waste has been a topic for over 20 years, and before that, food waste happened, but we just didn't recognize it. And then food waste post-war didn't really happen because we were frugal and we had, so there was a very short amount of time between, let's say, the 1960s to maybe the 1980s where food just suddenly became a product that got wasted. How have you gone about reducing it, and are you thinking that change is fast enough to get to a point where it's zeroed out?
No, I think just reflecting on the last panel, I think it was Max who was, talking about his ancestors who had moved to the US, and again that does talk about a relatively short period of time, right, in which our interaction and engagement with food systems has entirely changed, and we've gone from wartime generations of rations to now globalization and the industrialization of food, where we have abundance and convenience, etc. But food waste itself is a huge problem, right? 40% of the food that we produce ends up getting wasted, and it is a huge environmental and climate driver, with 10% of the world's greenhouse gas emissions coming from food waste alone. And I think what you're saying, we can't really tell people what to do. It rings incredibly true to what we're trying to achieve at Too Good To Go, which is really centered around trying to inspire people and empower people. So it's giving people that information, that knowledge that 10% of the world's greenhouse gas emissions come from food waste. So let's inspire people to do something about them. But it has to go one step further, right? And empower people with tools. And so myself and my co-founders, we started Too Good To Go with this vision of trying to create a business which did good, but importantly, make it easy for people to make a sustainable choice. So that you can go on to the Too Good To Go app and you can rescue a surprise bag, whether it be from Greg's or Aldi or the bakery around the corner, and you're doing something which is positive for the environment, but it's also, it's easy for you, it's simple for you, and it also saves you money as well. And that has been integral to what we're trying to do, is make it simple, make it accessible, make it easy for people, but at the same time build a business model whereby our environmental impact aligns with our commercial success. And that then means that as a business, as we're scaling, we can really double down and focus on how can we rescue more meals, and that becomes the driver of our business.
Thank you, Jamie. Rowena, really nice point at the beginning of this, which is creating more time, or just enough time for other systems of innovation and potential to move forward. Anu, could you help us with what you're doing at Earthshot to understand, okay, so there's innovation. Are we buying time? Are you seeing things happening? And what are you supporting? And maybe talk a little bit about that, because time is a big factor.
Absolutely. So at the heart of the Earthshot Prize lies our single-minded determination to find environmental solutions that we can scale, accelerate and scale this decade. And we have seen over 4,000 unique solutions in the last few years alone, working across the 5 Earthshot themes of nature, ocean, climate, waste, and air, clean air. And 3 of those categories directly speak to food and land use systems, which account for the 4th biggest clean tech investable sector on the planet, which is pretty huge, behind just energy and mobility. So we look at restoring nature, protecting and restoring nature, at fixing the climate, and building a waste-free world. And across those 3 categories of Earthshots, we have seen tremendous solutions, both on climate mitigation and adaptation. And we'll get in a little bit deeper into the conversation later, and I'd be very happy to illustrate examples of how some of the very powerful innovations we are seeing from across clean tech ventures to nature and forest restorations, ecosystem restorations, to policy initiatives that are really giving us reason to be very hopeful and optimistic.
And Anu, if I may, I think the work in which the Earthshot Prize is doing is trying to foster an environment of more social entrepreneurship. And it's, laying that foundation for innovators like so many of us in this room to be able to take that platform to scale solutions further, which, I'm a firm believer that entrepreneurship can be a way for us to reach some of the SDGs which you were referencing earlier.
You're absolutely right. Absolutely right. And it is a very, very mindful approach we take, not just to look at sort of very exciting commercial tech type entrepreneurship, but also to look at the social entrepreneurs and the ones working, really on the ground, including the policymakers, the think tanks, and governments who are coming together with some of these entrepreneurs to make it all happen and make the more livable for everybody.
That sets me up nicely for the next question. Policymakers and legislation and change. How do we need to accelerate the change? What facilitation do we need to accelerate this change? Look, in some regions, policy has been an enabler, while in others it's created roadblocks. What global examples can we learn from? And in order to do it quickly, where do we need to go to get legislation change, and who are the policy makers and changes that we need to aim ourselves at? The panel.
I'll dive in because I've got I think what is a pretty good example. So
better not be stealing mine.
Our technology, we use a red seaweed. It's native to Australia. It came out of research from essentially the Australian government-funded research. And the Australian government took a very pragmatic view about enabling this technology to then start working towards commercialization. And what they basically said is, we have all these rules and regulations that are already in place around animal feeds. You need to meet all those rules and regulations around an animal feed or an animal feed additive. So you have to prove your safety, you have to prove, On the flip side, you can make claims about methane mitigation. We're going to separate those two things. So we're going to focus on making sure that you are safe for the cattle that are going to eat your additive and for the humans that are ultimately going to eat or drink the protein from those cattle. Knock yourself out with the claims you make. We have a separate organization. I'm not sure what it's called in the UK. I think it's the MH something or other that regulates claims. And if you make a claim somebody doesn't like, they can complain to them and then they can come after you in the courts. So they separated those two things, which allowed companies like ours to really get going and start working with people and start doing research with people and all the rest of it. The contrast, I would say, was New Zealand. So right next door, who said, no, methane reduction, we say that's a drug claim. So if you want to put anything in the market, you're going to have to go through the drug process. Well, guess what? We're not doing anything in New Zealand. So this idea of being able to get somewhere and get experience and get started and don't let perfection be in the space of actually making a difference, Australia have really kind of got that, in our humble opinion, have got that right.
Interesting, though, that someone mentioned silos earlier on, or maybe that was another conversation where one country thinks one thing, one country thinks another. I think we need to, in order to collaborate in partnership more quickly, don't we, to generate change.
Oh, I'd be very happy to give an example of that, Arthur. So our first year winner in the Build a Waste-Free World category was the City of Milan's Food Waste Hub. And what they were doing was they were collecting leftover food from supermarkets and corporate canteens at the end of the day and redistributing it to NGOs who were then redistributing it to the neediest citizens in the city of Milan. And since they've won the Earthshot Prize, they've added 2 more hubs in the city to be working with open food markets as well as with school canteens. And together with our partners C40 and Bloomberg, they organized a sort of showcase tour for about 10 cities, representatives from, I remember this alphabetically, so let's see if I can get this right. Austin, Boston, Los Angeles, Chicago, Paris, Barcelona, Amsterdam, Oslo. So about 10 countries visited the City of Milan Food Waste Hub to sort of learn from them and to see how they could take back some of these learnings on food waste management and innovations around it. And since then, Milan subsequently went to Singapore to do some lesson learning and sharing with them on food waste management and developing sustainable food systems. So you can see there was a lot of learning going on, and this is exactly the kind of leadership that you want to see in this space. And for a city and the policymakers behind the City of Milan to take that lead and put it out there, and now they're spinning out a center of excellence within the City of Milan to allow other cities to learn from them. So that, I think, is a really powerful example of how policymakers can do something about it.
I think there's a lovely example, right? But I also do think there needs to be far more being done, right? We've spoken about the Sustainable Development Goals today. So back in 2015, SDG 12.3 calls for a 50% reduction of food waste by 2030. And if we look at what that regulatory landscape looks like across the world, it hasn't been great. there's a few examples of where a couple of countries have done progressive things. We can point to France back in 2015. I mean, there were a couple of hiccups and learning difficulties that came from that, but at least it showed like an interest and some leadership within that space. But I don't want to be all doom and gloom, right? I think there has been some green shoots of positivity. We look back to not last year's COP, the COP before in 2023, where we had the Emirates Declaration. So this was the first time that food systems had its actual full day at a COP event, and food waste was referenced in the Emirates Declaration. And I think 2 years prior to that, we had the Methane Pact at COP26 as well. So there is some movement towards, I guess, a global approach towards food waste. Yet at the same time, when we look at the knock-on effects of like the Paris Agreement, we've seen how little has been done from a food waste perspective. So I think it was the World Resource Institute did a whole load of research a couple of years ago on on how many countries had been referencing food waste in their national determined contributions. And I believe it was about 23 or 24 countries that had actually referenced food waste, which is pretty shocking when we see how much of a issue it is. But there has been, as I say, some more green shoots, some more positivity. We look here in the UK 2 weeks ago. Keir Starmer announced the UK's national determined contributions, and food waste was referenced, which is awesome. It's great to see this is happening, but it isn't necessarily being reflected in domestic or municipal legislation. So here in the UK, one thing that we've been calling for at Too Good To Go is the introduction of mandatory food waste reporting. The idea that we can't really change things until we know how big the issue is. And so we're at the precipice of this right now. So discussions are going on between the Treasury and DEFRA as we speak on whether this legislation is going to go forward. And if we can get something like this in place in the UK, I think this becomes another piece of pioneering regulation which can hopefully inspire other countries to follow suit. Because we need to, as I say, start introducing regulatory frameworks which mandate businesses, or at least incentivize businesses to take dramatic action.
A couple of quotes, or certainly conversations that I've been having, is certainly everything's becoming more expensive. Everybody's struggling, right? They can't buy it in the supermarket. Everything is getting expensive. So if we're going to scale agri-food technologies, and it's essential that we do, farmers tend to carry and bear quite a lot of that financial risk. How do we ensure that innovations are both scalable and financially viable for those who implement them?
So I think you have to focus on the bottom line, and you have to focus on the impact on the end user. And so we're a B2B company as well, but I have a group, two people, who focus on the farmer. Because ultimately, although I'm not selling to farmers, that's the person who's going to make the difference as to whether our technology is adopted or not. And farmers' margins are, wafer thin. So we have focused an awful lot on the technology was proven. There's 20 peer-reviewed studies that prove that this seaweed reduces methane emissions from ruminants. So we were lucky, we didn't focus a lot of time on the technology of the actual, does it work? We focused a lot of time on how do I drive down costs to the point where, this makes financial sense for a farmer. And our goal is that if a farmer uses our product, he will make money. Because I know very few people who wouldn't be more inclined to do something that might make them money. So that's really where we've been focused. So we've had to disrupt the way seaweed is grown. We've had to disrupt the way you think about the finished product so that it's easy to integrate into current operations so that the farmer doesn't have to change their habit or something like that. So to me, the financial bottom line ultimately is, I hate to say it, but if you can get to the point where this is actually a benefit, a financial benefit, it does make it a lot easier.
Anu, do you mind if I ask you next?
Yeah, go ahead. Well, in our experience at the Earthshot Prize, and we spoke about social entrepreneurship, Jamie, this has been a very, very important factor of how do we work with entrepreneurs who are working on the ground with the farmers to improve not only the land use and the productivity and the yields, but also the farmer incomes given all the climate crisis related issues they're dealing with. So one example I'd like to give you is Belterra, which was one of our finalists in 2023. They're working with farmers in Brazil to teach them regenerative agricultural practices and better farming practices to improve land use and the quality of land itself. But then they're providing the add-on services to connect them to the commercial markets and the commercial buyers, ensuring that they get better value for their products. And that is a really important piece of the business model to get right, to help restore our land, to improve the yields, serve as substantial carbon sinks, but also improve farmer incomes at the same time. We have another example in India called S4S Technologies, where a woman entrepreneur is working with small female micro farmers, where they're drying the food grown on the farm itself, converting it into dried food products, and then providing them linkages to the market. So it reduces food loss, because in a lot of developing countries, you would know this, there isn't proper cold chain systems and refrigeration. So 35% of the food is frequently lost in transportation because it wasn't stored in a temperate environment. So by growing, by drying the food on the farm, they're improving food waste, obviously, and food loss, but also improving livelihoods for the women farmers.
A couple of years ago, Jamie, I was speaking to someone who had a very nice Bentley and a very flashy Rolex watch. And I said, come on, then what is it that you do? He says, I deal in waste. I deal with rubbish. He says, where there's waste, there's gold. But is that true in what you're doing? Because I can't see that Rolex yet.
I've only just got my driving license. No, I think, one of the things that, as I say, myself and my co-founders, we set out was to sort of embrace these circular economy practices. And, I was speaking to some people earlier, and I think some of these people are in the room. Isn't it far better if we have businesses which are trying to, save the world rather than pull it down? And I can see Rob in the corner here, and I think Toast have the best catchphrase ever. I'll let him say it, but it's something about you got to throw a better party than the people trying to destroy it. And I think that there goes with what we're trying to achieve here at Too Good To Go, is to demonstrate that you can have successful and commercial enterprises, businesses, which are delivering good at the same time. And what we've been able to do at Too Good To Go is grow a business that started on a kitchen table to now we're operating in 19 markets globally, and we've rescued over 450 million meals from going to waste. And for me, we've spoken about the burden on farmers, but what we've also got to do is make these solutions which are accessible and incentivized to commercial businesses as well. So for us, we work with the Aldis and the Whole Foods of this world. And they do want to do something which is right for their ESG credentials, and they want to do something because they care about reducing food waste. But it also has to make commercial sense for them as well. And so, that's really what we're trying to do here at Too Good To Go, is to develop solutions which can create sustainable impact and can empower our businesses to deliver that impact, whilst simultaneously growing sustainable businesses. And I speak about sustainable business as being something that is self-sustaining and can grow itself, but also does something which is good for the planet.
Thank you. My favourite question before the panel can answer, and then we'll do some Q&As. I'm sure people want to ask some questions here. Okay. With no single solution to the complexities of the agricultural sector being able to reduce its carbon emissions, how can better collaboration between policymakers, industry leaders, and innovators create a more sustainable and resilient food system?
I'm happy to start. One of our winners from 2022 is an Indian company called Kheti. They're social entrepreneurs. Kheti means farming in Hindi. And they have created a very low-cost greenhouse in a box. And they were at a very, very early stage when they came into our umbrella, into the family of the Earthshot Prize, sort of pretty much at pilot phase. And we've seen the company in the last 2-3 years steadily do their proof of concept move to pilot. And when we sat down with them last year to understand how do we take this to scale, because as a sort of social entrepreneur with a not-for-profit balance sheet, it's not realistic to continuously expect to grow on philanthropic capital. It simply does not work. And this is a message, which is quite important to understand. But I also think it's an artificial construct to think not-for-profit organizations only need philanthropic capital and for-profit organizations only need commercial capital. In reality, both need both capital. If not-for-profits have to grow and social enterprises have to grow, they need to find a way to bring in the more mainstream capital alongside the philanthropic and vice versa. So in the case of Katie, we've sort of worked with them now on a structure where they've received a catalytic funding grant from 2 large foundations, and that is helping them do some of the service-related work, which enabled them to go and then pitch to the government of Andhra Pradesh, one of the southern Indian governments, local governments, to then cross-subsidize their greenhouse in a box, bring in the National Rural Agricultural Bank of India to finance it for the female micro-farmers in India. And their ambition now is to get to 1 million micro-farmers in India over the next few years. So this is a sort of classic example where you need a very socially minded entrepreneur, yes, with a fabulous product that can actually reduce crop wastage, pests, climate influence, and improve farmer incomes, but then working with the local government and a national bank to enable a financing structure that can take it to scale.
I think it was Alice who was saying in the last panel about businesses will have their own self-interest, and there needs to be something which guides them. And to an extent, I agree with that, but I also want to be slightly optimistic that some businesses do things because they genuinely care. But if we take this notion that there needs to be a broader regulatory framework then that can guide businesses to do something which is good for planet and good for people, then I think I'm all for that. In the UK, we see something at the moment called the Better Business Act, which is calling for an amendment of the 2006 Companies Act, which would it would mandate all businesses to change their articles of association so that as a shareholder or a business director, you've not just got a duty to shareholder return at all costs, but rather align that duty with a greater good for the communities in which you operate in and for people, planet, and purpose, etc. So I do think businesses can work with can work with regulators and policymakers, but ultimately I do think we need to have a regulatory landscape which either creates an incentivized environment to push for change, because otherwise we go back to that situation, Arthur, which we were talking about earlier, where you've got these large organizations which are resistant to change unless somebody gives them that little nudge or that little push.
Thank you. Very good. Rowena?
Yes, I think it's the stick and the carrot. I think what you're talking about is a little bit more of a stick. And what we've seen, like, for example, we had a very positive experience. We're based in South Australia. It's because that's where the seaweed is native. It grows off we don't grow it in the ocean, but there's a history there as to why we're in South Australia. The South Australian state government has, been through grants, has been really helpful to us because they had the vision of if we can get this industry started, this is jobs. It's also, helping us to be more sustainable. Australia has a huge beef industry. So they had that vision of, hey, this could help us on multiple levels, and we just need to give it a little leg up. Their grants were a very small part of the funding we've had to date, but a very critical part at a very critical time. So I think that carrot for us was really, really helpful alongside investors who were prepared to trust in us to do what we said we would do.
I mean, if I give a UK example here of where I think the non-regulatory environment probably isn't doing enough. So I spoke about some legislation in the UK about mandatory food waste reporting. Currently, this is all done on a voluntary basis, where businesses will voluntarily share their food waste stats. Currently, there's about 200 plus businesses which are signed up to this voluntary court hold commitment. It represents about 70% plus of the food purchased in the UK, yet we still have a huge food waste problem. So I think that in itself highlights that leaving it to businesses doesn't necessarily go far enough. Yet, I mean, we as a business ourselves or hear about empowering people and giving them the tools to do something about it. I do think there needs to be another approach which gives businesses that push to take the action which we really, really need to.
Thank you, Jamie. And thank you to the panel. Questions? We've got 5 minutes. I see a hand go up over here. Go on then. Come on, Josiah. What do you got?
Yeah, I've got a question, which is about political will. Norman Borlaug, famously, the plant leader that enabled the Green Revolution, later in life said, I bought some time and we didn't use that time. Essentially, we intensified agriculture, we haven't done our health any good, we've damaged the environment. We know what the answers are, which are around agroecological food production, fermentation, short supply chains. How do we inspire our politicians in these difficult and challenging political times to have the confidence to enact the regulation that we so desperately need? What do we need to do collectively to make that happen?
Anyone on the panel? I think that's just directed at the room. It's very good.
At the risk of not being allowed to go home at the border, living in the US, I've had to go to Washington and do some, lobbying. And I've kind of, there's an element of know your customer, know who you're talking to. And my message when I went in and talked to a Democratic representative or a Democratic senator was, I've got this great technology, and I'd start with climate change, because, they clearly believe in it, they clearly thought it was important, and the rest of it. If I was walking into the office of a Republican representative or a Republican senator, I would flip my message, and I would talk about, American competitiveness, the ability for American farmers to maybe make some money here. Oh, and by the way, this also does something with the, helps with the climate a bit. So it's not, I'm being a bit facetious, but it's kind of like and especially given right now, you've kind of got to really focus on what do they care about. And, money speaks, certainly in the US at the moment.
I'm going to keep going. Questions? Hand up quick, yeah.
Hi, yeah, sorry, and this kind of is on your last answer, but regarding maybe lessons learned and approaches moving forward, given the culture war around particular types of industries, and I've seen that with the cell-based meat, and I'm thinking specifically about your industry and your position, as most people here probably have a conspiratorial uncle on Facebook. Previously, a lot of his rants were geared towards growing meat in a lab, and recently I've seen we're now feeding cows this thing which makes them fart less, and that is like a thing I'm seeing pervasive on Meta. So I'm wondering, as like a brand person, how you're approaching that, and maybe, I guess, the lessons learned from, previous industries.
You're talking about the Arla situation? It was milk, yeah. I think they made some fundamental mistakes. I think they put out what I would call a B2B message on a consumer platform. It goes back to who's your audience. They did not address the concerns that, they could easily have worked out a consumer might have. So they put this message out there, which just did, on a platform where a whole load of end of line consumers were going to be reading it, and they didn't address their concerns. So of course, all these consumers are going, what about this? What about that? So I think that was not a move I would have made. Let me put it that way. Secondly, it took them over a week to respond. You just don't wait that long when something like this is blowing up. And in fact, you probably do your best to try and predict that it's coming and be ready with some of the answers. So I'm not saying it won't happen, but I'm saying you can prepare for things like this by really thinking about your audience and who you're talking to.
Thank you. Thank you for the question. Last hand, if it's going to shoot it up now. No, we can Oh, here we go. Here we go. Yep.
Mine is not a question. It's a remark. All of you are doing a great job. I work for a flavor house, one of the biggest in the world. And from what I see from the data, I do a lot of global consumer data. The number of claims, ethical claims that are around earth and sustainability have increased 35% in the last 5 years. So the message is going through it's a B2B business, but my observation is when the governments are involved, when big organizations take it on board, from the roots that you are creating, it's going to be magic. So that's...
Thank you. Nice point. With 2 seconds left.
Can I
please, yes.
Can I make a very quick plug for an Earthshot Prize finalist who's one of the exhibitors here at Mills Fabrica? They're called Ferment Up, and the company's name is Green Spot Technologies. I haven't been to their stall yet, but hopefully you can taste some tomato concentrate or cocoa chips effectively made from food waste, including spent grain from breweries and tomato skins and things like that. So, they're here, they're doing remarkable work converting food waste to usable products with added nutritional value because there's more fiber in them. So go check them out.
What a panel. Thank you all three. So a round of applause, please. Thank you.
Next panel, we're going to be diving into how cutting-edge innovations and financial strategies are reshaping the agricultural sector to drive a more resilient, productive agriculture future. So moderating this panel, we have Lara from Bloomberg. Alongside her, we'll have Ross from CrowBio. We'll have Brendan from Avalo. Adam from the agri-food sector, HSBC. And finally, Mayor from Kiome.
Amazing. Thank you, everybody. Welcome to the panel. I cover climate at Bloomberg, and it is sometimes, especially at the moment, quite a depressing and thankless job. But the one thing that gets me quite excited about the future and hopeful is when I look at all the innovations coming through and where thinking about ways to kind of get money to that. And so maybe to kick us off, Adam, you are working with farmers and agricultural companies in the food supply chain. What are they thinking about in terms of sustainability?
Yeah, thank you. So yes, Adam Phillips, HSBC. So I work with businesses across the whole of the food value chain in the UK, from primary production, farmer level, right through to food manufacturers, wholesalers and retailers. And I suppose that kind of helicopter view that we get of the sector, I mean, we interact with lots of businesses and management teams, and sustainability is consistently in I would say the top 3 of their priorities, notwithstanding the impact that the sector's had over the last few years. Incredible amounts of external shocks. Sustainability's still been right at the top of the agenda. And I think the reason why behind that is the impact that the food system has on the environment, on biodiversity, on water stress, not to mention health as well, is absolutely it's enormous. If we just look at the carbon footprint impact of the UK food system, it contributes to about 25% of the carbon footprint of the UK. Agriculture within that's about 12%. And if you look at the kind of UK added value of the food sector, it generates, an added value of 7% to the UK economy. So a 7% economic benefit versus a 25% economic impact. So, a big part of the problem is in the food chain, but also actually a big part of the solution is as well. So I think when we're talking about kind of agri-food businesses in the UK, a lot of the focus at the moment is going through kind of scope 3 and looking down into the supply chain, and ultimately that's coming back to the farmer level. So, if we look at the, say, carbon footprint of farms, about 12% of the UK at the moment. I think there's some estimates there by 2040 that could increase to 50%. And that's not just because of the kind of growth that we're seeing in terms of emissions, but actually this sector isn't transitioning quick enough in comparison to other subsectors around the UK. So looking at that kind of challenge and speaking to farmers, what sustainability means probably to us in the room is very different to what sustainability means to a farmer. For them, sustainability is about making a sustainable margin, having a business which is economically resilient. So I think resilience is a really great word to use, and I've heard it before. but we talk a lot about resilience, sustainability from a resilience perspective. I can't overestimate the amount of change that's going through UK agriculture at the moment. So from funding, we're seeing government subsidy schemes completely changing and phasing out and transitioning to more kind of funding that's based on the sustainability that a farm generates. We've then got the pressures that are coming downstream off farm from consumers and large off-takers that are demanding more information from farmers around their soil health or their carbon sequestration. We've also got the impact of climate and weather. I mean, that is a huge topic at the moment. We've got some farms over the last 3 of the last 5 years, their produce has been completely waterlogged due to the weather events. These used to be once in a generation, in some areas once in a 100-year events, and we've had some businesses that have experienced 3 in the last 5 years where their crops have been completely written out. So how do we kind of influence that change? And I think, again, it comes back, the lady from the seaweed company has actually absolutely got it right. We need to talk about resilience, as economic resilience, and how do we influence farmers to make changes. We need to think about the kind of the bottom line and some of the solutions that are available. And I think, talking to this kind of panel around me, I think the kind of the benefits not only finance can bring, but innovation can bring to move that dial is really important. So, thinking about their top line, using AI to monitor crops, to measure carbon sequestration, to look at local weather patterns so that they can decide when to plant and when to harvest. Looking at kind of autonomous machines so that they can use precision farming to kind of better manage crops and reduce the amount of kind of fertilizer that they might use because they can target that. So, and also thinking about kind of the genetic potential of plants to make them more resilient to the climate change, more resilient to disease risk. So again, all of these things are things which have an impact on the bottom line, but very much have a sustainable outcome as well. So I think that's a key topic that kind of we're focusing on with customers at the moment.
Great, thank you so much. And so, when think about the food supply chain, it starts with a seed. And Brendan, that's what your company is working on. Did you kind of talk me through how better seeds are affecting the supply chain and helping farmers out?
Totally. So hi, Brendan with Avalo. So we use something like a fancy new math, kind of better known as AI, to help find cool traits out in nature and breed those naturally back into our crop systems. And I think important way to kind of think about this is the seed actually already manipulates our supply chain, or we adapt to the seed in so many different ways. I think a really interesting example is the banana. So I think, does everyone in here know that the banana that we have now was not the original banana that we all had? A disease came in and wiped it all out. And so then we got the Cavendish banana, which is the banana we know and love now. And now there's a new disease that is coming in and wiping out the Cavendish. And so I think some people might think, okay, well, let's just go to a new banana. But it's not that simple, because the curvature of the stem to the banana is very particular in the Cavendish, and Chiquita and like all the other global banana companies have modified their supply chains to that very particular stem, and that's a genetically controlled trait. And so you can't just go to a new banana because that very particular angle is different. And so it'd be literally hundreds of millions of dollars to update the supply chain to new crates, new sorting facilities to actually accommodate that little bend. And so one thing I think is really cool in this new age is we can start thinking about efficiencies in the supply chain from a genetic component. All these supply chains, we were talking about this earlier, are putting off so much data that historically humans haven't been able to interpret and breed for. But now there's this kind of event where with the rise of machine learning and the ability to incorporate so much data, that we can actually take data from supply chains and actually start to incorporate it into a breeding program. I think a really cool example is cotton. So from when cotton starts in a field to when it makes it to a shirt, that cotton is going to touch 11 different saw blades as it gets more purified along the process. And the result of that is that of the cotton in the field, only 50% of it, or usually less, actually makes it to the end garment. And so that's a huge yield loss. But there is so much data that we can actually acquire at all those different steps about that yield loss that we can incorporate into a breeding program. And so that's something we're actively doing right now. We're doing a big cotton scale up in Texas. But how do we unlock efficiencies throughout the supply chain down to the seed level? And I'd encourage you to think what other interesting problems could be solved at that level, or just you might not think there's a solution for.
So interesting. I did not know that about the banana stem shape. Fascinating. Maya, I want to come to you, and I want to ask about, I'm going to pronounce this wrong, Chiome? Okay. And so what kind of innovations is Chiome bringing to, supply chains?
Yeah, it's really very apt talking about farmer supply chains. One of our big evolutions has been to really increase in integration with farmers. So we grow proteins in plants. We turn crop plants into biofactories to grow proteins and a wide variety of food ingredients for food. And I think we had two key evolutions that we just started off growing proteins in plants. Somebody said, with two core, I think, concrete differences. One, we realized instead of just growing in plants, let's focus on crop biomass and how much crop biomass is wasted in the field. You have farmers all across England that waste 40, 50% of their biomass just gets left in the fields, not really utilized in any sort of valuable way. So that was the first, I think, big change, using that biomass as a means of expression of proteins. And the second thing is co-production or co-expression and then co-production. So turning those biofactories into not just a source of one ingredient, but multiple streams of ingredients that we can extract at the same time or co-extract. And I'm very much thinking about the value to the farmer. Bottom line, farmers grow the food. Where's their value at? As opposed to just thinking about consumers and what they want, but actually the people who grow the food, how are we adding value to the entire supply chain? That's really where we think we focus on. So we see it as like a one seed, one crop, one product model, which is current agriculture today, to the future, which is really one seed, one crop, multiple product model. And so we see that whole model as really a potential to revolutionize agriculture.
Okay, so it's about kind of like really making efficient use of land potentially as well.
Same land use, effectively same water use, same resource use, multiple products from the same thing. Yeah. So doing more with less.
That's really cool. And so Ross, I'd love to come to you now. So you're thinking about microbes and soil. And so I want you to tell me about that. And, there are certain co-benefits, right? As well as, thinking about efficient land use, better economics for farmers. Like how does CrowBio kind of fit into that?
Yeah, so I'll first off introduce what we do. So we're a soil regeneration company focused on increasing agriculture's resilience to drought. And we're doing this by optimizing microbes to express a sponge-like biomaterial around the roots of crops, really to retain the water. One of the benefits of this is that the biomaterial is carbon rich. So we're bringing in additional carbon that used to be in the atmosphere through the plant into root exudates and feeding the microbiome. This is a benefit for depleted soils, trying to regenerate them. One of the biggest problems is a lack of carbon within the soils, kind of nature's natural sponge. And so we're trying to bring that back to farmers, increasing their soil health and their profitability. This is challenging for us as a company because carbon credits reward permanence, and ours isn't permanent currently. So the sponge-like biomaterial is made of glucose molecules joined together. Eventually it breaks down into glucose and acts as a feedstock for the microbiome, so increasing that soil health and fertility. Unless you can prove permanence for 100 or 1,000 years, you can't gain credits at the moment. But we think as we go on, this will evolve and get better for nature-based solutions, and we'll be able to lead into that a little bit more. Was there a bit on investors?
Yeah, so I'm kind of thinking about what people are most excited by. Is it the kind of effects on the food chain? Is it the kind of carbon sequestration? And maybe you answered that, but
yeah, I think it's difficult. So we've got really great investors, climate tech investors. One of them's here, SOSV. It's difficult to balance impact and short-term return for investors. So we have to try and find patient capital that's going to wait for this kind of regenerative effect within soils. But I think the biggest thing is for investors is scalability. How are we going to achieve that fast? And the beauty of our technology is we're very light on infrastructure, so we're not developing the biomaterials that are then going to be applied to soil. We're actually just using the microbe as the factory within the soil. So kind of the scalability is very quick and very cheap. So that's how we're going to achieve that.
Amazing, thank you. So, Adam, we've heard a lot about, times are really tough for farmers at the moment. How, what are the kind of financial strategies they are, kind of providing via HSB for farmers and agricultural companies to kind of make those innovations?
Yeah, so I suppose, if we look at sustainability as a bank, it's a huge topic for us. We've been kind of at this for a number of years now. We've just last year announced our net zero strategy as a bank. So it's a really detailed plan of the kind of how we need to tackle the emissions across the business. And for us, we've set a target of being net zero, including financed emissions by 2050. So what do we mean by that? Our scope 3 is our customers, our businesses, our institutional clients. So we need to be supporting those businesses to transition to a more environmentally friendly way of doing business. So, and that's going to take a lot of investment. So I think we've earmarked, we're aiming to lend and invest anywhere from $750 billion to $1 trillion by 2030. So that's the scale of what we're looking to do. I suppose as a bank, how are we doing that? As a couple of ways. Well, more than a couple, there's actually a few ways. So we do have a small kind of climate VC arm that's looking to support early stage businesses, particularly those kind of focused on decarbonisation and depollution. Our asset management teams are looking after institutional funds. They had a joint venture arrangement with Pollination, so they set up a climate asset management team focused on investing in natural capital projects. We have, most may know, we actually bought Silicon Valley Bank in the UK. I think it was last year or year before. That part of that business has a huge kind of agri-tech and climate tech focus, supporting the innovation system in that area with funding and financing. So those are a number of areas where we're kind of doing investment. I think for me personally, working with businesses that are really well established, a lot of our focusing is around funding green projects, whether that's, I suppose at a very simple level, kind of solar panels on roof, electric vehicles, etc. So kind of green funding for green projects. But increasingly, we're looking at more collaboration with industry partners. So, we launched a scheme last year for our farming base where we offer incentivized financing for businesses that operate under the LEAF mark, so LEAF in the UK, linking the environment and farming. They have an integrated farming kind of process, very much linked to kind of regen ag funding. So, if we can get more businesses signed up to that and demonstrating progression, then actually, we can fund them and at more preferential rates. We also have a similar solution with EcoVadis as well that we've just launched again last year, trying to drive not just kind of the environment piece, but a more holistic kind of ESG framework through our books. I suppose what's more interesting for us is looking at some of the larger off-takers. We have, again, scope 3 is the biggest issue that a lot of these businesses have, and we're adapting existing products like supply chain finance to try and inject liquidity into their supply chain, and trying to encourage their suppliers to think more sustainability focused, and actually trying to align the suppliers with the buyers. So actually, if a business is more sustainable and is making progress, then potentially they could get paid quicker via a bank system, and also leveraging the credit strength of that corporate buyer. So potentially getting cheaper funding and quicker as well, which not only kind of increases the resilience of the chain, but also will really drive kind of that change that we need. So, yeah, it's a really kind of interesting kind of area, and it's there's a lot more to go. Yeah.
For sure. Brendan, you're kind of working with farmers and growers. Why don't you tell me a bit about how Avalo is helping them, and working with them specifically?
Yeah, I think this is also kind of like a venture question in itself. So if you look at farmer profitability, it's the most simple equation you could think of on the planet. They really only have 3 levers they can pull. So you have labor. But on a large scale farm, like most row crops, 3 people can easily farm 1,000 acres. And so you can't really drive down labor anymore. In specialty crops, that's obviously a big place where people are trying to push automation. But in most farms, labor is already about as cheap as you can possibly get. So then you have inputs. So inputs historically are nitrogen, petroleum-based fertilizers. I do think there is a ton of innovation going on the input side. And I think one thing that has happened a lot is anyone that invests in ag tech knows that sales cycles are really long and really daunting. And I'm worried on this side that there's so much cool technology going into the input side and venture-backed input side that they're then going to say, hey, go out there and sell. Like we want to see our hockey stick. And so we do a lot of work in Texas. And have any of you met a Texas farmer? They're astute businessmen, and they're about as shrewd as you can possibly imagine. And so one thing that has happened, and by the way, have you done anything in cotton yet?
No.
Do you want to?
Yeah, here we are.
Awesome. Can I get some? But like one thing I am generally worried that's happening is all this venture money that's going into the input side is kind of turning a lot of these companies into kind of the shady guy from Jack and the Beanstalk that sold Jack the beans in exchange for the family farm, the cow that brought them all their livelihood. And I just cannot tell you how many farmers like we've approached and talked to that just get pitched a new input over and over again, and they're not willing to take the risk on actually being able to put that on their farm without a guarantee on the other side. And that's the final lever, which is for them, by and large, yield and the price of the commodity. And so I think that is the other place that I think put an onus on people in this room where brands really need to step in and actually pay a premium in the short term, because that is the only way we're actually going to see broad adoption on those sides. So one thing that we're trying to do in helping that transition, apart from giving farmers seeds that use less inputs, we're trying to help them model how those the new biologics, which I think I do think a farmer's field should mimic like the ecosystems that from which the crops came. So I think what you're doing is awesome. But so we're trying to do trials of those biologics with the genetics that we're developing, because one thing that has historically happened is we have bred for this really high nitrogen environment, and crops do really well in that. We have massive yields, but we're starting to see all the externalities from that side as well. And so if we're not breeding for those biologics and understanding how the crop genetics actually interact with them, we're not going to see the matching yield gains that we do from petroleum-based fertilizers. So I'd like to get a sample for our fields.
I'd actually love to open this up to the panel. So I think your example of a Texas farmer is, that rings true to the people I've spoken to, especially when people are struggling economically. They don't necessarily want to change anything too drastically, because that's terrifying. And if your soil or your seeds or your livelihood, then that's a big risk. And so I wonder what it's been like kind of gaining the trust of farmers and growers. And I think you probably all have experience of this. And so, yeah, the panel.
I'll just add to that point, you're absolutely right. I mean, a lot of the farming businesses we look after in the UK are family-owned businesses, probably multi-generational. Not only is that their business, but it's also where they live and where they've grown up. So trying to get those farmers to change production methods and do something different, they're one harvest away from, potentially the business going out of business. So I think to drive that change is incredibly difficult unless you have the support of the supply chain. So I think for a lot of startups in this space, getting access to farmers is difficult. I think what you increasingly need is those large off-takers or those businesses that really influence the chain. So whether that's a PepsiCo or a Nestle, to really sponsor some of these solutions down into the chain, and actually provide some kind of risk offset there, because we're talking to a business the other day that it's a big offtake. It wants to encourage more regenerative farming in their business. They know what the investment looks like at farm. It's a 10-year investment. These things, agriculture works in harvests and cycles. We're still eating probably grain from the 2023 harvest. These things take time to implement. And when you get into the detail of it, it's a 10-year investment for that farm. And the obvious question is for that big offtake, okay, how long is your contract you're going to give them? We're going to give them 3 years. Well, how does that work from a risk-reward perspective? You're asking a business to take 10-year risk with only three years worth of kind of confidence there. So I think that's the big challenge, and I think it's part of all of the supply chain. This is a system-wide issue, and it's going to take a system-wide kind of response to really drive change at pace.
Yeah, so for us gaining farmers' kind of confidence, when we've been in Houston as well in Texas, speaking to farmers, and what we're trying to offer them is like an insurance policy. We're not saying replace nitrogen or anything. We're saying put this down and you potentially won't lose your crop if a drought hits. The way that we've been able to kind of get them on board is by giving them free product. Our product is very cheap to manufacture. It's $2.50 from manufacture, package, and distribution. So we're able to offer this for farmers. And then the following year, if they agree that the product works and that, we can roll it out to them. I have two interesting stories actually from farmers. So we were speaking to a farmer in, both farmers actually. One is in Ohio. They were applying basically sugar dissolved in water to try and artificially boost the carbon content of soils, stimulate the microbiome, and basically increase yield or the ability of the crop to survive in difficult periods. That's when we were explaining our technology, and they found out that our biomaterial breaks down into glucose and kind of does the same thing. For a farmer, it was really interesting because when they apply the dissolved sugar, it's on the very top bit of the soil, but our microbes grow down with the root system, so we're getting that kind of bulk regeneration of soils, which we didn't really realize, and the farmer gave us that idea, and we were able to file a second patent, so farmers are incredibly knowledgeable. And protect the space even further. The second one is, so we've always been pitching as like a drought resilient company, basically saying, we will help you not lose the crop. But one farmer came up to us and was like, well, if I use your technology in a well-watered area, can I plant more seeds per acre? So it falls into the, like, getting more for less. Making the soil more efficient and the water more efficient was really key. So basically boosting yield by growing more crops rather than trying to increase the crop health itself. So yeah, that's how we've been speaking with farmers.
I can talk about farmer stories. Yeah, I think we have had also, I think we talked about it very clearly. It is difficult to engage with farmers, especially for startups and also small farmers. Big farming companies don't want to deal with you because they're busy. Small farmers are scared of you. They're skeptical, I would say. Maybe skeptical is the best word. We've had some success. We work with farmers of varying size in the UK. So down to family-owned farms, 17 acres in the UK, Eastern England. We've gone in the middle, $1-2 million or pound turnover in the UK, up to 800 million pound turnover in the UK. So sort of the biggest, the middle, and the small. One way which we did it actually successfully was approach them with grant opportunities. So we actually did this. We said, hey, look, we had to. It was a couple times. It wasn't, it wasn't just instant, but talk with them and said, listen, we'll put this consortium together with you. All you got to do is do X, Y, and Z. This is what I need from you. We'll put it together. And then it actually worked. We were able to partner with small, medium, and super large farms who wanted to engage with us, but just didn't know how. They didn't really want to give us anything, but they were open to innovation. And you could take that little seed of being open to innovation and saying, well, hey, you're open to innovation. Here's how we can innovate together. Let me put this together for you. We have had some success with that. So just, thought.
Nice. So it's not just farmers that need money. You're operating, you're running startups. You also need funding. And I'm wondering, and maybe start with Ross, like what the environment out there is like. We've had a change of government in the UK and the US. Is the money available? Is it coming?
Yeah, it was difficult. So we raised a 1.5 million seed round last year. It was challenging. We spoke to about 500 investors trying to really narrow it down. Our technology is so specific that you've got to find the right investor for that, which is the challenge. I'll be able to tell you in a few months' time as we're opening our Series A next month. But yeah, it is challenging. And the problem with, not the problem, but the challenge with ag tech, especially biologicals, is the long validation time that it takes to get there. We've tried to really reduce this risk for an investor by doing North and Southern Hemisphere testing. So traditionally it would have been like a year to get a full data cycle out of something, but by using like the UK, for example, where we've got regulatory approval, Greece and Belgium, and Brazil now, we were able to kind of bounce between the two and reduce cycle time down to 3 to 6 months to give data packages out.
Brendan Mayer, I don't know if you have any thoughts on this too.
Yeah, so ag tech's tough right now. I think a lot of people have been burned. There was a couple companies that raised too much money and that just would never hit the valuation targets or revenue targets in agriculture. So I think if you're in agriculture, you have to be pretty realistic about the market you're in and not overvalue. On top of that, so we closed our Series A at the end of 11 million Series A at the end of last summer. And one thing I think is really important that I've been seeing in catalyzing rounds across companies is building that round around corporate interest, and so corporate VC arms, and getting commitments from them first. Because I think one thing that later stage investors are looking for a lot now is market signal in terms of like actual commitment. So that's offtakes, and then also getting on the cap table. And so I've seen that be a really productive way to actually go close.
Yeah, that was pretty solid. I think, yeah, fundamentally the VC model is, I originally came out of Silicon Valley, which was silicon and software, which scales in a very different way than ag does. So I think there's a fundamental difference in the way things scale. And sometimes when we get excited, we can just put everything into we're all going to grow, on the hockey stick. But ag may be a bit, different kind of hockey stick. That said, I think when we have seen massive agricultural change in different ways that people don't always think about, there has been massive returns. I'm thinking if you look in the past of fundamental shifts in agriculture, even the terrible word GM, but if you look at the GM revolution, if you look at the shareholder return of the GM companies, it was pretty substantial. Now, sure, it had other negative externalities, but that's 30 years ago. But in the same sense, I think that we can revolutionize agriculture, and if you do hit that right approach, it can be quite lucrative.
So, part of this, I guess, is kind of lying in the regulation of things as well. You kind of mentioned GM, and in the EU, we've got lots of GM regulation. Is the current kind of state of regulation a hindrance, a help to kind of innovation and fundraising? Mia?
I don't know. I think the UK is sort of in this mid-ground where it's not quite the Americas, but it's not quite Europe either. They tried to differentiate after Brexit, and so we're going to GE is going to be okay. I think they're in the second reading of Parliament now. They're sort of right at the very cusp of approving it. I think a lot of farmers are very excited. A lot of companies are very excited about that. I think there's a challenge that we have heard from more bigger companies that like to have one sort of global approach. And that, especially European companies, they get very nervous by different regulatory regimes. That does hamper innovation, because if you're trying to spend a lot of money on developing something, and you can only deploy it in certain areas, and you have to separate and differentiate, it gets a bit tricky. So we have heard that before, where we don't want to deal with you because it's too complicated. Let's stick with what we know. There is that.
I think regulation actually really impacts both what business models people can go after within agriculture with gene editing, and basically what is venture backable. So within agriculture as a whole, so we don't do any gene editing. All the products we put out are just naturally bred. And part of developing that business model was we wanted to be able to get to market as fast as possible. And so just doing naturally bred, we can get seeds into the market in under 3 years. If you're doing a gene-edited crop, even in the US, with field trials and everything else, you're looking at least 7 years from the edit to actually being able to get into the field. And so if you're looking at markets that can actually support that kind of timeline before you get real sales cycles, that really only looks like corn and soy. So if you look at a company like Inari, they are only doing gene editing in those two major crops because those are the only volumes that can actually get you to the revenue targets you need to be able to survive for 7 years.
Yeah, so for us, when we first started, we were kind of a GM company. We were taught on SOSV that speed is a startup superpower, and so we have to find ways to move faster within the market. So we developed non-GM alternatives. In my personal opinion, GM will always be more efficient and deliver the best product, but obviously regulations prevent that. So we moved fast, and we developed non-GM microbes that were kind of classed as non-regulated or exempt from the UK, Greece, Belgium, and Brazil. So we've kind of entered their markets now and been able to accelerate faster. Yeah, I think regulations are difficult to manage. It's just the blockers and the cost involved. The cost is huge trying to understand regulations. The science side of it is actually relatively cheap and fast on our side, but it does stop you scaling really, really fast. And we've been able to unlock Brazil, one of the biggest agricultural markets, so we are very happy with that milestone recently.
Yeah, congratulations. It rings true. I just come back from Champagne, listening to growers there and the Comité Champagne, and they've got these projects to develop new grapes, but they started in 2017, and the first results will be like 2032 because they're not going to use GM, and so you can interpret that as you wish. But it's interesting. So we've got 2 minutes before we move on to Q&A, and so I would love to just go down the panel and talk about the biggest challenges for finance and innovation. Like, what do you think? Sum up the biggest challenge for finance and innovation within the ag food space, just to finish us off.
For me, I'm probably going to reiterate the point of cycle validation times and cycle times for biologicals. It's incredibly long normally, and trying to reduce that. And another way we've tried to reduce risk for an investor is we have trials going on in Brazil with Sao Paulo University. What we've tried to do is bring a corporate alongside that trial so that they can validate the data package. They don't want the risk of doing the field trial, and also don't want the cost, but they are willing to sit there as an external third party to validate. It means that we can speed up the transition from testing to commercialization, because normally you would do your own data package, maybe a year, maybe 2 years, then a corporate would want to do it and go on in years. So we're trying to shorten it down into 6 to 12 months to get commercialized. But that's probably our biggest challenge. Yeah.
I agree with everything he said, but I think that I would say, just in general, the kind of ghost of the companies that came before us and died, and just fighting that perception in this market, and say why you're going to be different, I think is the biggest challenge.
I think the biggest challenge for us is, when we look at our book, we've naturally got a number of businesses and farmers that are very progressive in their thinking. So I think when you're talking to them about sustainability as a topic, you're pushing it an open door. I suppose the big issue we have is trying to engage that chunk in the middle there that are still not convinced, or are still waiting for more evidence before they kind of do that. So I think there's a bit of an education piece there. I think what we tend to find, particularly at farmer level, is that they can be quite isolated. So I think what we try and do as an institution, because we have great convening power, is to try and encourage kind of peer-to-peer lending amongst farmers to demonstrate that other farmers are on this journey, they're doing it. So I think for us, it's that kind of mindset change that is the real challenge for us as an institution to get more sustainable finance out there.
Yeah, I really agree with everyone's comments, really hitting every nail on the head. The only thing I would add, I think, is just a general shift certainly in the investment VC climate from more speculative ventures, which upstream companies tend to not be cash flowing for a long time, to more like, okay, let's see your revenues, let's see, so that's been a shift, I think, in the broader market. So I think for upstream companies that are focusing on a lot of molecular kind of thing, where the actual revenues are quite a long ways away, it can be quite a challenge. So yeah.
Amazing. Thank you so much. Okay, who has questions? Yes.
Remy from Aquanzo. Maybe a question for Adam and me. You talked about the difficulty for farmers and the kind of need to have guarantees in order for them to test new product. Is there a role there for the bank to kind of help with this guarantee of crop, and that kind of allows you also to invest in green or kind of innovation? Is there ways to build consortium like that?
Yeah, I think when we look at these sustainability kind of initiatives, I mean, finance is a really important catalyst for change and for driving change at pace. But what we try and say is actually, the financing piece is one part of the overall kind of economic return. So and we talk about more collaboration, and actually it's a food system problem. So when we look at the stack of how do we kind of reduce risk to the farmers that are doing new practices, changing kind of business models, then I think financing can play a part of that. We can incentivize farmers by kind of lower financing, but also through the chain, it might be that the off-takers might need to pay a small premium for their goods as well, and then right down, to the end consumer. Could there be some form of equity dividend that takes place across a pool of businesses? So for those that have taken that risk and it's not worked, how do you compensate them for taking that risk? So I think it's an incentive structure across all of them, and it only might be a couple of % across each stage, but actually, on the whole, it makes a huge difference.
Oh, did we get? Adam? Did you share the mic?
Okay. I can't speak for bankers or banking. I can only say from our own experience that there is room for government incentive. So we have built collaborations and consortiums with farmers together with startups backed by government funds. So that I can tell you that can work. So you can get them money, get yourself money, get everyone money, but obviously funded not by the bank but by the government. So that I think that can be somewhat useful and interesting way to approach it. Yeah.
Okay, we have time for one more question.
Thanks very much for the interesting panel. I thought that a couple of you on the panel could comment on how your technologies might compare, for example, to the use of rotations and cover crops in terms of soil regeneration, drought prevention, etc.
So cover crops do increase soil health. They help retain the moisture, the nutrients. For us, it's more about the onus on the farmer. So doing a cover crop, you're asking for an additional crop rotation. There is an expense in it, but the farmers just don't have the time either to be doing that. So ours is kind of a cover crop type thing that would be in the soil, and it's applied at planting, and then the benefit is delivered there. So I think the additional cost for a farmer is quite a lot for them to take on. That would be my opinion.
I think cover cropping is awesome. I think we should do more of it. But you do run into those issues, so I view it as a yes and kind of project. And so the real important parts on that are, so it's intercropping, so you're trying to basically fit it between two other seasons. And so you need to make sure that it is profitable for the farmer. So there's a couple efforts around cash cover crops. Either you can sell it for oil or actually fitting other crops. So this is something that we'd get into, is actually shortening the time to maturity or the time to yield in a given crop, and actually give farmers a crop that they could actually plant to make money off as well, and then get the soil benefits as well.
Amazing. Well, thank you so much, everybody. That is all we have time for. Round of applause.
For our next panel, we're going to be talking about building resilient and responsible supply chains. So I'd like to invite on stage Hugh from SOSV, Kate from Micro Harvest, and Ross from New Cocoa.
Hi everyone, I'm an investor at SOSV. So we're a global deep tech investment firm. We have operations in primarily the US, and we have a lot of lab infrastructure. So we combine that and we put capital into companies. I work primarily in Europe, and I'm based in London. I'm really excited to be on this panel because we have a lot of bets that are quite related to this space, covering not just food, but also critical minerals, processors, and then just broadly ag inputs as well. So I'm going to start off, if the panelists could go ahead and introduce themselves, and then maybe give a bit of a sort of lesser known but slightly shocking fact about their sector or supply chain.
Hi everyone. My name's Ross. I am one of the founders of New Cocoa. New Cocoa, we're making chocolate alternatives from fava beans. And one extraordinary fact about chocolate, it's the 5th highest carbon emitting food product out of all food products.
I'm Katelijne Bekers, or Kate for everybody that is not Dutch. I'm the co-founder and CEO of Micro Harvest. We produce sustainable protein that is nutritious, sustainable, but also scalable, and we do that using biomass fermentation. So we use the same type of bacteria that you find in your yogurt or in your kimchi. We grow those bacteria, and then we can use those as a protein ingredient. And we do that for food. We're developing that, but we're also tackling pet food and aquaculture. One tiny fact, at the moment there's more pets in Japan than kids. Very impressive. Another, which is maybe less funny, is that at the moment when companies are checked on sustainability, so also for instance in aquaculture or in pet food, they look only at CO2 and the carbon footprint and those type of things. But then if you look for instance at the fish meal, it has a very low carbon footprint. Is it sustainable? I don't think so. So, you know, companies are really pressured to focus on CO2 and they're struggling with that. So I think that's a shocking fact that we all want to be sustainable, but we don't have the systems in place to enable that.
Wow, okay, great. Well, very interesting place to start. So it's fair to say, Ross, when we're talking about cocoa and where you fit on the supply chain story, we're really talking about cacao. And Kate, we're really talking about fish meal and perhaps pet food ingredients?
Yeah, and food. So everywhere where you use protein in your...
I'm interested specifically in fish meal as well because much like cacao, they're two commodities that have a lot of interesting price action around them. Both are shooting up. Cacao a little bit more. It's probably the only one of the few things that actually tracks with price increases and the number of executive orders from the new administration. Both becoming increasingly expensive products. Wondering if we could dive into the kind of vulnerabilities your different businesses address in the established supply chain today.
Yeah, so I don't know how many people know about or have heard about the problems in the cocoa supply chain. So when we're talking about cacao, cocoa, we're talking about cocoa beans, right? So specifically cocoa farmers being able to grow cocoa and harvest cocoa to supply the market. So climate change is massively impacting the ability of them to actually grow cocoa every year. There's been an increasing deficit, a supply deficit in the market for the last few years. So to give you some context, there are 5 million tons of cocoa beans harvested every year to supply the entire world of chocolate. So currently there's a deficit of 500,000 tons. And what that's meant is that the cocoa prices, traditionally they've been around about $2 per kilo, you know, for like ever, basically. Last March, they shot up around 400%, and they're up to about $12 per kilo, and they're kind of hovering between 10 and 12. So what's that's meant is like essentially an existential crisis within the chocolate industry, from small kind of independent makers up to larger chocolate manufacturers. The smaller people get hit first because they haven't got big contracts, but then even the Mondelez's, Hershey's, you know, they are all, you know, pretty scared about this. And the looking ahead, the climate modelling shows that this problem is going to get worse. It's at about 10th the deficit at the moment. It could get up to around 25%, you know, eradicated from the cocoa supply chain in the next 10 years. So that's why we're doing what we're doing. It's why you're probably seeing your chocolate snacks going up in price in the supermarkets, you know, steadily creeping up. And that's why.
That's why we're all spending more on Valentine's chocolates for tomorrow.
Well, you are, yeah.
Kate, you said something quite interesting at the start about tracking the impact on the supply chain and with your products, specifically with fish meal. And I think it's quite a relevant subject, especially for today, where it can be easy to get caught into like a single issue point and say that if we fix CO2, this will change everything, or if we fix methane, that'll change everything. I was wondering if we could double click on that and how you think about this particular spaces you operate in. I mean, I kind of pulled you into fish meal, but take it wherever you like.
Sure, thank you. Yeah, so we were sort of forced to first move into animal nutrition before we can tackle human food. And in the beginning, I was like, I want to address food, right? But actually, animal nutrition is really, really interesting because in food, it's a lot of psychological drivers and people want sustainability, but the moment they go through the supermarket door, they don't care anymore. While in animal nutrition, the pressure is on. And this is because if you look at aquaculture is growing steadily 5%, and by 2050 they say it needs to grow. It will grow with 20% in total. For just Nordic salmon, this means there needs to be a million ton extra aquafeed produced. At the same time, the amount of fish meal that we can harvest, well, depends who you talk to, but we should definitely not harvest more, right? We should not do that because it really impacts the basis, our biodiversity and the base of our food systems. So you have a gap growing of ingredients. Now, if you grow a tilapia, that's fine. You can use just plant-based proteins. But if you grow a salmon, if you grow a shrimp, those carnivore species, they need higher quality proteins, and plant protein is just not good enough. So you need an alternative. Same as what's happening in pet food. Everybody's getting pets, especially since COVID. Pets are more important than our kids in some cultures. So the pet food industry is growing nicely. They said double digits. Let's stick to the 5% realistic growth, right? They are using meat waste. The meat industry is not growing at the same rate, right? So also there, a gap is growing and growing and growing. Dogs and cats, they really don't like soy, and they really don't like pea protein. So we need to have something which is nutritious for them, right? That they can digest very easily, plus that also tastes great, that they were willing to accept. And those are also things where we jump in with single cell protein.
And just to double click on that as well, when we're talking about fish meal, and I will shut up about it, but it's made from fish oil and small fish.
Yeah,
predominantly.
So it's twofold. You have one part of the fish meal is just the byproduct from the fish industry, because if you have a salmon, if you make fillets out of it, there's the
guts,
snippets
bones,
and stuff. Exactly. So that's used. So in principle, quite sustainable. But there's also fish caught just to make fish meal. Right? This is not good because it really hurts the biodiversity. It's even to an extent, there was an article in The Economist, I think beginning of this year, about West Africa, that they're catching so much fish that the population there, which is just fishing for their livelihood, cannot catch their fish anymore. So, you know, it's nature that we're impacting, it's our food systems that we're impacting, and I think we can do better than that.
So in other words, the protein consumption globally for fish proteins actually increased consistently. Free-water fishing's declined, and that's been plugged by the amount of aqua farms in the world today. To feed those aqua farms, we're then pulling smaller fish out of the ocean. So it's a bit of a catch-22 in the actual whole supply chain shift. So hence I'm personally quite interested in that topic. And moving on. Interesting company that kind of relates to both of you in talking about established corporates. If you want to look at a great food business and a great history that's also innovated, Mars is a very interesting place to start. And one of the key kind of people that brought that company to the stages out is Forrest Mars, who actually bought the first pet food company in the world, which is in England. Before that, we've had pets kind of scraps off the table. And it now accounts for 58% of Mars's revenue. It's about a third of the kind of pet industry is actually Mars. On top of that is a snack business. So what I'm going to ask both of you guys, and maybe Ross, you could start, with such big incumbents that have been around for, in the case of Mars, I think nearly a century. How do you position your kind of startup business to actually enter that market? How do you integrate into the supply chain, and how do you really strategize to build a position?
I suppose the interesting thing is that they contacted us. Lots of these big companies are contacting, companies like ourselves. They all want to kind of understand what we're doing. And I suppose to integrate in, it's got to be as plug and play as possible. So you want to make it as easy as possible. So we create we take fava beans and we have a process based around fermentation. We roast and grind it down to a powder. So it's like a cocoa powder replacer. So that powder has to be as close to cocoa powder as possible. So when you sell it to Mars, they can just formulate it into a chocolate. So it's just making it as easy as possible. And also the infrastructure, having enough volume, continuous volume, quality, working through kind of proper BRC accredited kind of suppliers. And also price is also key. So I think all those kind of basic fundamentals, plus also the kind of the actual functionality element.
Okay, interesting. So the actual major players are coming to startups to actually integrate. And do you think that's a big part of the picture? I mean, I spoke to our founder a few months ago of my firm, and we were talking about, it's interesting comparing deep tech to traditional tech where you have this big IPO route. I mean, is partnerships with corporates the way forward for this space?
I think they take longer for it to come to market. So obviously smaller kind of brands, like the chocolate brand that I used to own, they can work within 6 months to a year to get something on the market. But a Mars, Mondelez, whatever, you're looking at kind of 2, 3, 4 years. So I think you've got to. I think you've got to have a mix of both, really. The full kind of spectrum of companies.
Interesting. Okay, and then Kate, moving to Mars's the other side of Mars's business and then all the other big incumbents. How do you look at something like pet food, especially where, I guess, when I think of it, I think of something kind of high volume, low price. It's almost like a VC's worst nightmare when it comes to building a business around that. How do you think about that, and have you strategized to actually build a market position or get traction?
Well, I first want to double down on the scalability topic, because this is actually why I started MicroHarvest. Because there's a lot of technologies developed on alternative proteins that are not plant-based, which we need because it has its limitations. Part of the solution, sure, but we need more, better. But there, it's been really tricky to have technologies that are scalable. And when I'm a biotechnologist by background, but I did an MBA. I went into the B2B ingredients industry, and what I heard time and time again is these companies with these huge pressures, we need new ingredients. They say yes, but there's nothing that we can even trial with, because we do things at large scale. It's the only way that we know how to run. So to test something, we need hundreds of kilograms or thousands. Right? And then there's a lot of startups that are busy for 5-7 years in the lab, and then they scale, and then after 10 years they have 2 or 5 or 20 kilograms. They cannot do anything. And it was a big frustration. So this scalability topic is something that we started tackling from the start, because if you want to do business, you need to be able to have scale. So that's part of the solution. And then you're one of the few solutions that can actually scale. That's worth some money. So that's part of how you can get increased money. I think also as a startup, you need to be smart in how you go to markets, because if you immediately want to compete with huge industries and commodities, you're never going to be able to do that as a startup. So you need to start via premium products, premium markets, then scale with that, and then open up the next part of the market, which is bigger volumes, lower pricer, then take the next step. That's the way to go. I think before COVID, you could just, burn money until maybe you get competitive one day. That's not the way you can go anymore. So you need to really understand the segments of the markets and the value that your product can have in those markets, besides just being protein. I think that's very important.
That's an awesome answer to a very difficult question, I think. Ross, I wonder if we could double click on this scalability point that Kate's made, and maybe you can pull from your previous experiences of actually having built and grown a chocolate brand, and how you're building New Cocoa today, especially around this scalability question.
So my previous company was called Mighty Fine, which is a chocolate brand that's in supermarkets, and it was going. We grew over 6-7 years before we sold it, and there's a lot of learnings, one of which we actually set up our own chocolate factory. And I think when we started New Cocoa, we set out absolutely not to have our own infrastructure again, because even at a small scale, it's kind of relatively large, artisanal. That factory was. It's incredibly difficult in terms of your burn through money, time, and all factories, when you look at them on a spreadsheet, look fantastic in terms of the margin, but the reality is never that. It's so hard to actually properly kind of make a margin on your own factory. And when you look at these big industries, Mars, whoever, they've been going for 100 years, and they've had 100 years to develop a fully functioning, streamlined, profitable business, and even those work on very small margins. So we set out from the get-go that we're all about mass industry, volume from the start, having a price point that is correct for industrial manufacturers, and try and keep as lean in terms of our spend, in terms of capex as possible, and do that through partnerships with big organizations, and that's kind of what we've executed.
There was a section on the last panel that I really enjoyed, which is sort of farm stories. I was wondering if you guys had any interesting anecdotes around, especially on the sort of partnership side, some of the customers you have or engaging with them. What have been your experiences there? Maybe, Kate, we can start with you.
I think so. One example is downstairs, actually, in our exhibition. it's very green. You will see it. We have a collaboration there with Tugs, which is a pet food company that is developing treats, dog treats, with our product. So it's really cool. Like if you work with these large corporates like the Mars brands or the Purinas, and it takes you very long time to just talk, and then they look at some data, and then maybe they have a sample, and then it takes them 3 months to do an analysis, and then they come back and say, oh, this is really cool, and then we're going to do more tests. So it takes a long time. It's long sales cycles. If you work with startup companies, within 3 months you can have a product. We did besides with Tugs before, in May we had at Interzoo a treat that we put to market, and we started the discussion over Christmas, and it was a sample with labeling and packaging and everything onto the market. So that's really cool how you can speed up with small companies, and that's really also, they want to be the innovators. They want to, that's for them it has value, but for us it's also value because it de-risks for the larger companies because they see, customers respond really well to this. So it also really helps these type of things. Yeah, so that's very cool. In aquaculture, maybe an interesting thing is that we do our own application trials to make them curious. So we did trials with shrimp with amazing results. I will tell you more if you want. So we had someone from one of the biggest aqua feed companies coming to our stand, and then she smelled our product and she said, I'm going to put you in the first trial that we have.
It must smell great.
Exactly. Yeah, and that also really points to the problem that is there with alternative protein ingredients. That's palatability, taste. It's not just a problem for humans. It's a problem also really in the animal space. Yeah, and the fact that it was so tough, we really said, okay, we need to double down on this.
And actually, just kind of going back to the previous panel and looking at aqua farms, is there like a kind of is there like a skepticism around your particular products as a feed source, or is it a bit more open? Is comparing with traditional agriculture on land is probably not fair, or what's your experience with that?
So if you look, if you go to the salmon forums and the shrimp forums, then what you see is in the presentation of aquafeed producers, they always have this nice graph on how their ingredients going to change. 5 to 10 years ago, this was a lot of insect protein in there that was going to be the solution. Didn't work out. Now
we
everything.
With that as well.
Some are still alive. I think the ones that got it right, they will get there. But what you now really see is that all of that is replaced with single cell protein. So there have been some first companies pioneering in it. They really see this as the solution. It's quite easy because they understand what it is and what it needs to do. If you go to pet food, there single cell protein is something really relatively new. So you really need to explain them what it is and what it brings, how you can integrate it in wet food, in dry food. So you really need to take them by the hand and explain it to them. So it's different markets, yeah, but both very eager to adopt. On the one hand, you have a bit of a backlash of the promises that the insect industry made. So you need to prove that you do it better. But on the other hand, also real openness, because there was already this gap. They tried insect protein, doesn't work. So what is there? So there's really eagerness to adopt something new.
Interesting. I think it's definitely it's a less talked about space that I'm clearly obsessed with. Ross, would love to hear about your experiences as well on the kind of customer side. What are the conversations like and sales cycles? I mean, you mentioned before they're a little longer, and then how you think about product as well. I mean, I think the last time we hung out, you had this incredible kind of M&M alternative that I prefer to M&Ms. I'm obligated to say that because we're investors in New Cocoa. But yeah, maybe you could tell us a bit about the kind of B2B side.
Well, the conversations we're having are increasingly frantic. lots of, as the prices have gone up and the kind of the market has kind of become more difficult. But yeah, so we're an ingredients manufacturer essentially. So we create a cocoa powder replacer, and with that cocoa powder we can formulate different things such as milk chocolate alternatives, a vegan milk chocolate alternative, dark chocolate, white chocolate, etc., etc. So yeah, we're providing solutions for the market in all the different areas, touch points of cocoa. So we are September, we will launch, we have our first capacity, so then we can actually start selling into market. We have a pretty good capacity, increases more next year. So, I mean, the sales cycle really is having samples and enough samples that are good enough, to actually give to people, and they can start doing trials because they want to take it, put it into their machines, try it on their products. So we're getting there. We had the M&M, we can do kind of great small kind of samples, and our chocolate tastes great. But it's about getting, the size and the batch size is enough so you can do proper big trials and have enough to go around globally, because this is it's a global demand for both the things we're doing. But yeah, it just takes time. But I think from March, if people do want samples, please get in touch and we can sort that out.
And when can I go to like a Sainsbury's and buy something that has your ingredient in it?
Well, so from March, our first go-to-market formulation, our products will be available to sample and trial. So from September, we will have our first capacity, so that's when we can first start shipping product. And next March, we will have a really big capacity. We'll do about 200 to 250 tons of chocolate a month is what we'll be able to do, and then we have to grow that every 6 months. So, yeah, I mean, it probably will take 6 months to a year for someone like a Sainsbury's, especially at Tesco's, probably a little bit longer. So we can start talking from March, really, about putting stuff into shelf.
Just I guess taking the direction back to the real theme of this section about supply chain resilience. What does resilience mean to you both as people building alternatives for an existing and challenge supply chain? What does resilience mean? Are there going to be unintended consequences or externalities of any major shifts? How do you think about resilience for your company within the market?
I think of resilience in two different ways. One about our process and product, and one really more about supply chain. I think in our product and process, resilience comes with robustness. A lot of people around fermentation technology, they talk about the unit economics, which are very important. But you can have a very great efficient fermentation process, but if it fails every other time, that costs a lot of money. So your process robustness also needs to be there, and that is something that we also really focus on. We don't even need to work sterile, we can just let it run and it works. I think that's very important in resilience. The other part is moving from, at the moment for soy, you need to ship stuff to Southeast Asia for agriculture from Brazil. Having more localized or at least regional supply, I think that's very, very important. If I'm in Southeast Asia and I talk in Vietnam to the feed mills there, and I talk about the perspective, like, okay, we're gonna build more locally here in Southeast Asia to produce there, the eyes go big, right? Because especially with all the supply chain uncertainty, with all the long lead times, which leads to a lot of working capital that they need, this is also part of resilience that is really wanted. And with globalization getting less and less and less, I think it's more and more important even.
So you're seeing, you think there's a bit of a trend for deglobalization right now, and
yeah, I think that there's a trend also because they don't want to transport products from across the planet. Shipping is relatively sustainable, but still.
Can you give an example on that? Actually, say you've got a fish farm that's sourcing. Say you're in Vietnam. Where are they sourcing the ingredients from, or what's the travel cost versus you guys co-locating?
So in general, the global feed producers, they have local production sites. So, for instance, a Skretting or a Biomar, they have a production in Norway, of course, and this is their head offices. But then they also have production sites in Vietnam or in Chile, in Ecuador. So if they need to ship all of that, of course, you can. If you need to ship it really cross global, you need to have 6 months storage. If you do it more local, regional, it's 3 months. So you save half of your storage costs. That can really have an impact, especially in an aquafeed business where everything is about money, because the margins are thin.
And hugely problematic if you come out into something like COVID, where shipping prices suddenly skyrocket and suddenly supply can just disappear overnight. And so a solution like yours is almost like I think Ross also mentioned this kind of concept of an insurance policy as well, diversity of the actual supply of your inputs.
Yeah, definitely. And I think you can be much more sustainable that way. You don't need to have all the shipping, the energy for all the shipping. And the thing that we have is that we have flexibility on our input side. So that also means we can really use locally available agri-food side streams, and with that produce the locally needed products, rather than be somewhere very central and transport all the raw materials to one point in our mega factory. Yeah, so I think it helps on both sides.
Ross, I wonder if we can pull you in and get your input on what resilience means, especially within your within the cacao sector, but maybe also speak to the kind of differences in markets. So I don't know if anyone knows this, but chocolate's an incredibly interesting ingredient, and it's different in every country that you eat it in. A lot of it's actually driven by the temperature of the country, and then the actual kind of what's become the appetite of that population. So Hershey's in the US, for example, is actually a bit more sour than you'd have it in Europe, and things like that. So when you talk about new cocoa and cacao, how do you think about resilience, and I guess how do you think about growing in one market and then moving into another and supplying sort of a global economy?
Yeah, I suppose irrespective of where you eat the chocolate and where it's processed, all cocoa comes from pretty much two places. West Africa, 70% of the world's cocoa comes from West Africa or South America. So it's all coming pretty much from, two places. And then it gets shipped around, so that you've got the same problem, travel miles associated with cocoa. So that's one thing we're trying to affect, bringing down the carbon emissions through travel miles. So we only take fava beans, if we're producing in Europe, we're taking fava beans from Europe. And they're 3 million tons harvested in the EU alone, 1 million tons harvested in the UK, which is a pretty surprising fact. I know a lot about fava beans now. So bringing down the food miles, so having locally sourced materials and producing them locally, it really helps. In terms of, when I think about resilience and kind of what we're all offering in terms of resilience, it's resilience for the manufacturers, the actual on the supply side, because we're offering them a solution so they are more resilient against these future problems. So whether it's lower supply, with cocoa, sustainability issues, so consumers being more kind of into and demanding more sustainable products. So we're offering these solutions so they become more resilient and don't become into problems. Our old company, we would have real troubles. If we were buying chocolate at the same price as it is now. We actually got out our old cost sheets that we had in the factory and started inputting in the chocolate prices, and we wouldn't have been making any money. You have to put everything up about 50%, even more, even to start making a margin again.
That's super interesting. I think touches on a point that is something that as a sort of trained mathematician and looking at economics, is a great thing about venture, which is good venture is fundamentally deflationary. And it makes things cheaper and more available for the consumer. And I think what both of you are working on do have those impacts, and it's something that's really exciting about the companies you're building. I'm going to mention a kind of annoying word for people perhaps, but regulation. Us as a firm, we've kind of got two sides to it. We are following a thesis in Europe right now where we actually use regulation to inform what we will back, and I think some of the previous panelists as well referred to that. So I have a sort of, the way I think about Europe is the EU manages to do regulation without solution, and they can actually punish their own markets without really providing an option to move around it. And that to us presents a big sort of vacuum and an interesting opportunity. Conversely, there are aspects like regulatory capture that can, to quote, Bill Gurley, can be the friend of the incumbent. You create a requirement for compliance, systems checks that then just increase the price of anyone trying to do something, and then that actually becomes a big hurdle for startups. And I think pharma is a great example of how that has formed, and if you look at where capital shift in that space, it's in the top 10 right now, and it's pretty extreme. So wondering, how do you guys think about how do you think about regulation, before I get distracted? with my sort of ADHD. Is regulation, especially as both of you are working within Europe, is that something that's helped you? Do you have kind of a more positive take on it, or?
Well, we are, I suppose when you talk about regulation, I think about if your product is novel or not novel. That's the kind of the key issue for a lot of us, is that lots of these, especially in the alternative protein, especially with these meats, whether your product is novel or not novel, and if it's deemed not novel, you have to go through a whole regulatory process, which is difficult and long and etc. So it's being, we were very aware of this process and the regulation side. So when we think about the source material, the fava beans, they've been in human consumption for, thousands of years, really. And actually the process we're applying to it, just, having a real think about the regulation and whether it would be deemed novel. And we're not, which is great, which means there's no kind of barrier to market. But it's a real problem. It's a real issue. And especially now, when 2 years ago in alt proteins, especially, when there's loads of money, you can afford to get a lot of funding and sit on 3, 4, 5, 6 year process. Now, where there's less money, you've got to be really careful.
And actually, just something on something you said earlier as well. You said Mars came to you. Was that driven by regulation or supply and market disruption?
It was through SSV. Actually, I think it was an introduction there. So thank you very much. But it's what it is. It's sustainability is a key issue. That these bigger companies, they've got net zero targets. They want to hit them, and they're hearing it from the consumer. And this was before, we chatted to them before actually the prices really went up high. So sustainability and price, they're the kind of two issues that we're seeing in the market and that people want our solution to help with.
Yes, as I mentioned, we are a novel food. Yay! Well, it gave us the opportunity to first tackle the animal nutrition market, which I think is working out pretty well. First of all, we need to have safety measures for novel ingredients. So I'm all for it. We need to do this. People need to be careful. We need to be careful what people intake. The thing is that we are not evaluated onto market standard today. We do biomass fermentation. So the whole cell is our product. So it's not like one single protein or one single molecule. It's different proteins, it's minerals, it's vitamins. It's a whole bunch together, which is very good because it's very nutritious, but complex to evaluate. It's a complex ingredient. Now, if you look today at an apple, nobody is having any regulation about how much vitamin C needs to be in that apple, right? Nobody. In meat, there's a piece of beef, nobody looks at how much iron it has to be in that beef, right? For us, we are judged on that. So, this is a disparity that you need to tackle, and we're working our way through there with lots of very good and very expensive consultants. So we get there, and probably faster than the 6 and the 10 years that you've heard before, because you can tackle it a bit more efficient, I think. But it is a real challenge, and I think we're judged unfair, and that's a big hurdle. Yeah.
Okay, so just to summarize that, it can be positive, but in certain spaces, like yours, regulation does need to evolve. And the nutritional content comment is very interesting because that's something that's actually decreased in our food today. Food's got bigger, more volume, but actually the nutritional value per unit's actually gone down, and there's a very interesting kind of health angle behind that as well. I'm going to open up the panel to the floor. So if anyone has any questions.
Hi, thank you. A question for Ross, actually, and it ties in with what you just touched on regarding nutrition. Looking at where you're actually buying your beans from, are you seeing a variation in product quality or nutritional density depending on the farming practices employed on the farms you buy from?
Not the farming practice, no. There's a variety of different fava beans. There's just in terms of the stuff you get in the supermarket, there's the big kind of fatter ones you get, which are mainly frozen, the kind of smaller ones, that's a slightly different variety. But there's no huge difference between the nutritional content from our testing, because we test everything that comes through. So no, not really. And there's a particular variety that we use. It's called a Tiffany variety, which is hugely abundant across Europe. So it's pretty common. The values and nutritional values. We test everything. that come through for those, and also other stuff like heavy metals and etc.
So farmers wanting to go into regen and grow some beans, would you encourage them to do that, or not really?
Grow faba beans for us? Well, I'd encourage them for the simple reason that faba beans are fantastic for soil health. They pull in the nitrogen, they fix. Lots of farmers actually put them in during fallow periods in the farming cycle. So yeah, I'd encourage them for that, and also because hopefully we're going to be buying a lot of faba beans. And also it's an interesting kind of side note or side discussion really that we have internally, is that chocolate historically hasn't been particularly kind to the farmers and their supply chain. So it's something we're really kind of thinking about how we can pay a fair price to our farmers that we're using and being close to the supply chain. So yeah, if they are, then we'd love to chat to them, speak to them, and there's also opportunities, I think, if we really understand exactly which farm it's coming from. We can do stuff like single origin chocolate alternative from a farm, because yeah, that's quite an interesting concept, I think.
And Kate, sorry, just to pull you into that as well, I know you guys have some interesting kind of data on the nutritional value of your proteins and how they impact salmon as well. I wonder if you could give an answer as well.
So I think if you look at using plant as an alternative for animal-based protein, a plant is quite far away from an animal. So the amino acid composition is quite different. That's point number one. And then you can have lots and lots of protein, but if you don't absorb it in your body, then you also have a problem. So plants have protection mechanisms because they don't want to be eaten out in nature, so they have anti-nutritional factors. So those are things that make your belly go ooh, and avoid that the protein is really absorbed. So what you have with plant proteins is that you really need to isolate the protein and clean out everything, so you end up with very lean protein. In our case, it's more like an animal cell. You have all the vitamins and minerals, etc., still in. So digestibility and nutritional value is very important. But what we see with our single-cell protein what we saw for the shrimp is that, yes, we have very digestible protein, but we also improve the digestibility of the whole feed. So what you do is you get more shrimp from the same amount of feed. This is economically very interesting. Actually, the feed producers don't mind; they like it. So that's check. Because at first I felt like, ooh, that's not good for their business, but they are. And also, that is very important for the carbon footprint of your shrimp, because the feed is one of the biggest impacts on the carbon footprint of shrimp. So if you produce more shrimp from the same amount of carbon footprint, that really impacts your production. Yeah, so that's really exciting to see those extra properties coming up.
Awesome question. We got time for a couple more.
I'll just ask one to Ross as well. I mean, we talked about resilience, right? But in terms of livelihoods, at the moment, what you are potentially contributing to is a shift in supply chains, right? From West Africa to parts of Europe. Have you done tests on faba bean productions in Ghana, Ivory Coast, and do you see a future for cocoa farmers in those regions to be able to transition to faba beans for the future?
It's a good question. We haven't done any tests with cocoa farmers in West Africa, whether they can transition to faba beans, for example, to supply. I suppose you would want to keep the local supply and local production. So I wouldn't want to take. It's the same problem, right? You're growing them in West Africa and then shipping them to Europe to process them. Similar kind of food miles problem. I think what the industry is seeing in terms of cocoa farming is they are transitioning to other things that aren't cocoa, that perhaps are a little bit easier to grow there. And a bit more profitable for farmers. But we're not against it, absolutely. Just growing faba beans and being able to process them locally. But we haven't as yet.
That's I think that's all we've got time for, I'm afraid. But awesome panel. Thank you so much, guys. It's a lot of fun.
Thank you so much.
For our next panel, we're going to be talking about fostering innovation through cooperations. So we have Beth from Ellen MacArthur Foundation moderating, alongside Manon from Green Spot Technologies, and Anna Sophie from Morrow.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. And I'm going to claim from the offset that I'm winning today with my panelists, because both of them have fed us in the breaks. So we had delicious cookies earlier today, and Sophie's tiramisu. I am delighted to be facilitating this conversation. I work at the Ellen MacArthur Foundation, and we are a global charity that its mission is to accelerate the transition to a circular economy. What do we mean by a circular economy? Well, one that isn't characterized by take, make, waste, that is polluting and degrading the natural processes upon which we rely at the moment, but one that circulates materials, eliminates waste and pollution, and regenerates nature by design. And I'm going to come back to that by design bit later on in the conversation, I think. But it's not insignificant, right? We're after a big systems change. And to do that, we're absolutely clear that we need both deep innovation and cooperation. So, delighted to be talking about this on this panel. I'm going to start by asking Manon and Anna-Sophie to introduce themselves and tell us a bit more about their projects. Anna-Sophie.
Should I start? Yeah. Hi, everyone. Yeah, my name is Anna-Sophie. I'm founder of Moro. You've just had a Moro Misu, so the coffee actually used in the tiramisu was not coffee, it was coffee without coffee beans. We're making coffee from upcycled ingredients from industry side streams, especially looking at the malting industry at the moment, but also things like fruit, pips, pulps, and peels, and locally sourced, ideally locally sourced crops and plants, and we're specifically looking at pulses and grains from regenerative farming systems. What we are doing, we are replicating the flavor and aroma of coffee, but actually decreasing its environmental footprint, and we can dive into more of that later, increasing the nutritional profile and actually providing it at a lower cost, given coffee has also just reached an all-time, 12 all-time high consecutive highs in prices on the commodity market.
Hello everyone, I'm Manon Ledoux, so I'm Chief Marketing and Impact Officer for GreenSpot Technologies. So GreenSpot is a French-based company. We do fermentation and upcycling. We are finalists of Earthshot Prize, as mentioned earlier in the day. So the two pillars are the fermentation. We developed our own process of solid-state fermentation with a production facility in south of France. And we also have the second pillar, so upcycling. So we use seeds, peels, husk, from different side streams to do magnificent, amazing ingredients for food applications. We have two range of product today. One is about cocoa substitution, and you tasted the cookie earlier as well. So you tasted cookies with grapes, side streams upcycled. So it comes from the winemaking industry. We ferment that into ingredients for cocoa substitution. And it was as well fava bean husk upcycled in that product. So we combine the two to do like a good flavor and color profile that fits the cocoa market needs.
Fabulous, thank you. So let's dive in. Both of you include an upcycled element in your products. Tell me about how you have required kind of cooperation across the supply chain to enable those upcycled ingredients, to find them and give them a home.
So I think there are 2 points. Like first point is a lot of corporates called us saying, I have side streams because they don't know what to do, don't know what to do with that and how to take value out of it. So we are solicited a lot, and then we have to, let's say, sort and prioritize what topics are interesting for us as startups. So either it's, let's say, a solution for our product fit. So I don't know, because we believe this type of side streams could make an interest to create a new cocoa profile, cocoa substitute profile in our range, or it could be because they also have an interest. So sometimes, and that's the case, for example, with the partnership we just signed with Conesa, that is a tomato sauce producers. They reached out saying, I have tomato peels that are left over after my tomato sauce processing, but I want to take profit out of it. So the idea was to collaborate, and they are also the final customers of the side stream. So it's a fully circular way, I would say, as industrial symbiosis in a way that we do with them. So in that case, it's a direct market fit. So it's also quite interesting.
So we could claim that one as a win for you, win for that supplier, and a win for the planet, for nature?
Yeah, definitely, yes.
Okay, I like triple wins. Anna-Sophie.
Yeah, quite similar. So what we looked at industries that are food industries, manufacturing industries that are already producing interesting flavors and that might already be experimenting with flavors. So for example, brewing, malting, I'm sure everyone in this room has heard of beer or Guinness. Like, it's different flavors, right? What type of beer or whiskey you're drinking. And then we managed to get a partnership with one of the world's largest malting companies, because again, they produce 3 million tons of malt every year. That means hundreds and thousands of tons of side waste, which at the moment is just literally going down the drain. But they could revalue that, and we could actually take some of these side streams that have some really interesting flavor profiles that could be used in the creation of a coffee-free coffee, and also have still some higher nutritional profiles. But just putting that in. But again, to your point as well, what actually works in our product and what maybe corporates reach out with and the side streams that they have might not always work together. So we've just done a lot of experimentation, etc. But there is interesting processes, again, like roasting, fermenting, where you can create new flavors from those side streams. So that's what we've been doing. But it is down to partnerships. And then it's down to those partners, because as a startup, I think especially early stage, you can't do the investment into the infrastructure around that as well. That needs to be almost driven by the corporate, and then at least they can revalue their side streams.
Yeah, okay. So there's cooperation. Would you call it as far as collaboration, kind of with those streams?
Definitely.
Okay.
Yeah. Because if they're not, we might test a small portion of their side stream in the lab. It works well, great. We achieve the flavor. It works in the final profile that we want to create. It would be a win-win for, again, every party. But if they're not willing to then make that investment into the infrastructure as well, if it's not existent yet, then obviously it's difficult for a startup. We are very early stage to make that investment.
Yeah, if I can jump in, I think upcycling is not an easy thing. You need to really have like a strong qualification process to actually be sure that it's safe, be sure that it's a long-term supply and so on. And in that sense, it needs to be a collaboration. They need to really want to go in that way and put in place systems to go in that way and supply you in the long term.
Great, okay. I'm interested, you're both, well, quite early stage. Anna-Sophie, you're a bit earlier in your journey than Manon and Greenspot Technologies. What are the other essential relationships that you've had to foster along the way, which have given you the greatest unlock? Manon, do you want to go first?
Yeah, sure. So yes, indeed, I think we are a bit later, and we have almost 6 years now. And at the very beginning, I remember that we worked with really like regional partners. So if I take the example of winemaking industry, I remember me driving my car and going to the different vineyard places and just talking to the winemakers and collecting some different varieties to compare the behavior after fermentation. So, and I think these local partnerships are key because it's how you start and how you do your first proof of concepts. And then when you grow, and what really was really good for us is that the story of the company is that Nina, that is the founder, is Brazilian. She did the PhD in New Zealand and then she arrived in France, which means that we have already an international, I would say, acknowledgement. And that opened a lot of doors. So we won, for example, Kraft Heinz Innovation Challenges in San Francisco 2 years ago. And that then opened a lot of doors for discussing with these big corporates where sometimes you can lose a bit the way to talk with them. So that was very very helpful. And again, the partnership we just signed with Conesa, I think, is such a move forward because we are really communicating together to show what sustainable means for them as an industrial partner.
Yeah, we're in our first year, so very early stage, and we're doing exactly that at the moment because our main partnerships are with food manufacturers and then ideally farms in the UK that either already are producing regeneratively or are in that kind of, in that journey towards that. So it is me and the team driving around the UK at the moment, meeting people individually. It's quite, I think, especially at the start, when you have an idea, you want to create something great. No one listens to you at the start unless you have these partners on board. And it doesn't really work like this. You can't just call up a farmer and they give you loads of their time because they're super busy. So you need to go there. You need to speak with them. What we do is we collect samples from them. We then start the conversations. But this has taken 12 months to get to a point now where we actually have people that are trialing to grow our ingredients and work with us. So it's a lot of work, especially in those early stages. And I think that's actually where big challenge is for startups that are doing something innovative, because it takes time and you need to have the capital to survive through this time, to get to the point where you get the first traction. Yeah, but it is all just networking. I think we've attended every single agri-tech conference there is, and driven to any farm that is kind of reachable within a day's distance from London, and spoken to people.
Okay, we might come back to the agri-tech conference piece. But perhaps here's a good point actually for me to talk about how I've got to know what you're doing over the last couple of years. So at the Ellen MacArthur Foundation, we set a challenge to business 2 years ago. And we challenged a group of bold businesses to innovate products in a way that brings nature into the design process. So earlier today, there was a question around growing fava beans, and we would start from, well, what does the soil need? Well, the soil needs fava beans, right? We need natural nitrogen fixers, and we need more of them. We need to shake up the current commodity supply chain and the fact that 60% of our calories come from just 3 crops. So how do we use the market to design these levers and enable farmers then to be empowered to grow other things rather than trapped in a system that just keeps them stuck on commodities and chasing quick fixes and sticking plasters? And so the wonderful thing is that we'd kind of done some analysis. We'd developed a framework. We put some detail behind what we meant when we said designed with nature in mind. And then we put it out to business. Our modelling had suggested that by using this design framework, lo and behold, nature would be better off. And when I talk of nature, we're talking greenhouse gas emissions, biodiversity, water, soil health, and actually farmer income as well. And the wonderful thing was that 2 weeks ago, we celebrated 141 products that had come through this program. They come from nearly 60 companies from 12 countries globally, and they span 24 different sales categories. And so with that, we feel we're making proof points. We're putting steps on the map. We're demonstrating that there can be a journey that we can transition the food system to one that, away from one that currently degenerates nature and is responsible for biodiversity loss and the climate crises. And we can actually use food products. We can design food products in a way that supports nature and improves the outcomes for people and planet. So 2 weeks ago we launched. Actually, yesterday, a selection of these products are in Waitrose stores around the country. They also have a nature in mind branding around them because we think it's super important also to push people when they're making their busy shopping decisions. They're busy going through a supermarket to understand a bit more about how they can be a solution as well. I had a fascinating stat a couple of weeks ago that actually it only takes 10 to 15% of committed consumers, committed people to change a system. And that's what we're aiming to do at the foundation. But thank you. I mean, we say the foundation, but it's thanks to participants and brands, and there's a few in this room, I'm delighted to say, who have actually put the framework into practice and demonstrated this can be done. That's enough. I think for me, for a minute, stealing the limelight from my fabulous panelists. But I wanted with that to start to get a little bit more pointy, actually. I think, when we're talking about big systems change, we need to understand that it's a complex system. And we need to be really thinking about kind of the waves when we pull a lever. What are the ripples? What are the second order effects of some of the things that we've been talking about in the room today? So With that in mind, I'm going to come back to Anna-Sophie and say to you, it's not all sunny uplands in the life of a startup. Can we dig in a little bit to the pain points? Because I think that's where we're going to learn most. What kind of, if you had a magic wand, what would you change to enable you to bring your innovation to market faster, replicated, etc.?
That's a really interesting question. I think I wouldn't want a magic wand, just because I do think you learn through all the challenges that you do go through. If it would be all that easy, I think we'd just change the food system tomorrow. But I do think that the reason why we are creating coffee without the coffee beans, and I do get this question a lot because people love coffee, why do we need to change it? Alternative meat has kind of seen this really big kind of market traction and then a bit of a crash, and people actually are moving. I think there was an article yesterday that came out, people are actually moving back to meat because they've had enough of the bad alternatives. And it is then quite tricky if you're following on as a brand that is doing something similar but with another commodity. I love coffee. For everyone in the room, I probably drink way too much coffee, and that's kind of how we got into this issue of actually looking at the challenges of the biggest commodities in the world, and coffee is one of them, right after cocoa, as we heard from Ross earlier. Coffee has not just a lot of ethical challenges, but also a lot of environmental challenges, and actually now prices have risen because the areas where coffee is grown, that's just around the equator, they are actually becoming unsuitable. A lot of coffee farmers moving out of the industry, the soils have been depleted, kind of what happens when we just monoculture the hell out of our soils. And that's why we're creating a product, and demand is growing at the same time. So we have, again, this supply deficit that's coming towards us. So we just want to diversify. We're not necessarily here to substitute, and I don't think Moro is going to take over the world in 10 years' time and be the only coffee brand there. But I think just like specialty coffee kind of has arisen to relieve some pressure from commodity coffee, I think the category that we fall into is called beanless coffee, will arise next to that to diversify and take the pressure off. What the challenges specifically is, okay, we have gained some traction as a very early stage startup with this idea, and we had, I guess, very forward-looking partners, big, large corporates that have joined us very early on in this journey, which have made it possible that we could even start developing the product. But I still think there's a lot of, I think especially on the investment side, and ideas like ours need investment to get to kind of the goals that we have set, because maybe alternative commodities have seen a bit of a burn and investors have been burned. There's so much more hesitation around this now, and there is impact investors out there. There is, we fall in so many different categories, from biotech to food tech to ag tech to impact. So there would be a lot of investors out there, but when we then speak to people, it's always, well, you need to have a product in the market. You already need to be started generating revenue. You need to have this many customers. But we need some capital to actually get started. And for example, the Ellen MacArthur Foundation, as part of the Big Food Redesign Challenge, we actually won a grant, which was great because that helped us then get at least to the next stage. But I do think there's still very, very little support from institutions that would have the capital, whether that's corporate food manufacturers, impact VCs, that are actually hesitating and are not taking that step to support, despite a company being able to show a very clear growth path, letters of intent, partner traction, etc. So I do think there could be a lot more, and it's one of the pain points that we definitely come across.
Yeah, I kind of agree with a lot of comments you did. On my side, I think I would like to highlight upcycling topic because I think it's so obvious that upcycling is just making the system more resilient and efficient. So that's everyone agrees on. But then when concretely comes to how to deal with upcycling, there is no incentive for consumer to buy upcycling first. There is no communication or education of consumers about upcycling. and there is no like carbon credits or whatever that is also pushing industrial to go on upcycling. So it means that when you take the challenge of upcycling, you are a bit alone. You're a bit like, yeah, I believe in my value. I want to go forward. And then, of course, there are communities. So we are part of food value upcycling in Europe that is there for actually like bringing all the actors together and think about what kind of label we can put in place, like in US, for example. But I think there is a real question of like, should we take really time to educate, and who should take the time to educate? And all along the chain, I mean, it could be the one that is producing the goods, or as well the one that is not manufacturing, sorry, but distributing, that could help to educate. But it also could be just to say, like, maybe we can put metrics behind, saying that climate is lower, and so it makes sense to go that way, not necessarily explaining the full story of upcycling. Or it could be also to just not say anything, because at the end, like having a system that is more resilient, it's just logic. So should we go into details? But yeah, if I had a magic wand, I think it's just to really create a space of discussion on that, because we need to advance. We need to talk more about how to deal with this upcycling topic that is so important to make the food system resilient.
And that doesn't attract the venture capital, right? How do we shift this system?
It attracts a public fund, but venture capital,
so
it's always the same.
Slightly different levels, right? Okay, so there's a challenge to the role.
Just adding to that, I think also, I mean, we've seen it with cocoa, coffees, and in the news now a lot as experiencing a lot of pressures, and definitely big coffee companies are doing stuff as well. I think Nestle invested over £1 billion into actually becoming more sustainable. What that means is a different story, but I think we've spoken with really some of the top 5 global coffee companies in conversations, and they are behind closed doors panicking because their prices are going up, their margins are going down. They know the issues that are coming towards them, but we as consumers have no idea. Nothing is being communicated. If anything, okay, the prices have gone up, but everything else, when I speak to a room of people around coffee, most people don't know about the issues. And I think it's just this consumer awareness, also to your point, that we just need to focus on more and educating the consumer. And I do think that as a small startup, you have very little power still at that stage.
Yeah, thank you. And I think the other point that I'd perhaps make on kind of the essential nature of cooperation is that nature's missing out if we don't pull cooperation through the supply chain. So there are lots of reports out about kind of how whether move to regenerative practices at farm level actually pays a farmer. The most recent report I've seen suggests it does, but only if there's deep collaboration between farmers, supply chain actors, and retailers. In terms of promoting the right partnerships and putting in place the right incentives. And so I think that's a really crucial element that can sometimes be missed from this conversation. Actually that retail and market pull through to support farmers being able to do the things that they'd like to do. I'm going to shout out Josiah from Hodmedod's, who's in the room, who's also one of the successful challenge brands. But you go and talk to him about why farms need diversity and how completely unsustainable it is, the current absence of diversity at farm level, and how cover crops, etc., is not enough of a solution. We actually need to put value into those cover crops. Those cover crops need to be creating ingredients as well that are going into market chains so that we really pull that demand through. So I think this event is wonderful. I'm going to get a bit pointy again. What's the role of the innovation community? There's a big food redesign challenge that we run. There's lots of other prizes. There's the Earthshot prize. We know we need to go faster, further. We know time's running out. What's your message to, there's the members of, in the room, the people in the room who are representing the innovation community? What do we need to do better to support us scale these solutions that can better impact the planet? Anna-Sophie, okay.
Another big question. I honestly think it's just, I really truly believe in this multi-stakeholder approach. I don't think, and I think we've heard it through multiple conversations today, But if you're working together, and whether that's, you know, us as a very small startup being able to work with a large corporate, we bring different things, and then maybe having, you know, some grant funding from a foundation like the Ellen MacArthur Foundation, the network that you guys have opened up for us and the conversations. But I really do think it's multiple stakeholders need to work together. I don't think it's just up to the big corporates to make a change, or just up to the big retailers, or, you know, the big players, because I do understand that they're also all quite stuck because of the branding that they have built, and the supply chains, and the shareholders, they need to give value back. So it's not that easy to just change that. And I do think we as startups have the agility and the flexibility to bring some of that change in. And I've seen it in the very short time that we have worked with a large multinational corporation, how slow. I mean, a contract takes about 7 months to even be drafted. We could do that in a day if we wanted to. But again, if we're able to push through that and like push through the 7 months and then get the work started. They have realized on the other side, having worked with us, how quickly we have made progress. So sitting then in with their senior commercial team after 6 months and actually showing them the progress, they're completely like blown minds on what we have achieved. And I think it does initiate some forward thinking almost on that side. So I'd say everyone working together. I know it sounds a bit cliche, but I really do believe in that.
Demonstrate speed. Demonstrate the reason we need speed.
Because then I think we'll be quicker, because startups will always be quicker, right, if we survive in innovating. But I think we can affect larger players, but larger players can give us some capabilities, resources, etc., to actually get to that next stage.
Manon, the role of the innovation community, what can we do better?
I think it's quite interesting to be challenged, and I think that's also the role of the community, because when you innovate, you also have this rebound effects that could happen. Like, I don't know if the cocoa, the question that was just on the panel before, like what about these countries that are today cocoa producers? And I think this question needs to be asked. So there is a need of a place to ask this type of question. So it's great that there is this type of community to innovate. Doesn't mean that we don't need to go fast. Doesn't mean that we don't need to adapt, but we need to identify the pain points and just listed it.
And actually, just to throw it, I don't know whether Hugh's still in the room, but I quite enjoyed the fish meal conversation. He went deep, but I think it was a good demonstration of actually these secondary effects, right? We think we're fixing something. What's actually going to happen? You know, we need to understand this. It's a complex system. I'm going to put in a quick plug again, actually. So we're at the stage of, I mentioned that we were celebrating these 140 odd products that we think are doing better for nature, and we have the stats and stories behind that to prove it, and are starting to put them out on our socials, etc. But actually, there's a podcast we released 2 days ago, which I would very much recommend to you. Doug McMaster, I don't know whether you know that name, he set up Silo Restaurant in London. It's the world's first zero waste restaurant. And when you ask him, what does zero waste mean, Doug? He said, well, there's no bin in my restaurant. Well, what does that mean? Well, I took it as a creative challenge. I designed my kitchen so that I would never have any waste. This is what I mean by this upstream thinking. This is what we need to really solve and move the system. So what did Doug do? Well, he realized to have zero waste in it, to have no bin, he needed to actually have really local close supply chains. So because he needed to have, like, for his milk to come in, it needed to come into in an aluminium pail and then go back out to the farm. And then he realized by working with the farmers that actually they had some seasonal crops that didn't have a home. So I'll start designing my menu around these crops. You know, it's a creative design problem that can lead to a lot of solutions. And I would just, I would push that out into the room to always think as much as we can upstream rather than downstream trying to fix something that is actually potentially going to perpetuate a degenerative system, which I think is where sometimes too much emphasis is laid. With that, I think it's time to open up to questions from the audience, so please.
I was just going to ask, with Morrow, what's the kind of consumer-facing message? So it's like with the chocolate as well. You know, some people are freaked out by, okay, it's not coffee beans, so what the hell is it? You know, do you lead with deliciousness? Do you lead with sustainability? I'm just interested in your...
It's actually changed. So we led with sustainability first. Unfortunately, against everything really like I said today, but consumers don't really care that much or don't understand. Because I think there's like loads of brands now out there that say, oh, we're a carbon neutral coffee company. What does that mean? And what do you do? Really to be carbon neutral. So we're not leading with that anymore with the consumer. It's all around taste. So we're just crafting a really delicious product that you can have, like you have your coffee. You can have it, you know, later in the day because it's also naturally caffeine free, one of our versions. But it's all around taste and then price. So we're lower priced than coffee with our economies of scale.
Yeah. And about chocolate, I think it's also about taste. So for our case, we are selling powder and chocolate, but B2B. So the final story, of course, we help, but that's not us that is writing down the story. So what we have seen is that some company, they really want to position themselves on like a cocoa-free, but then telling the story of the upcycling and sustainability behind. And some other, they are more keen into like partial substitution, means that they will keep partially some chocolates to keep the consumer in because of the labeling of chocolate that is so strong, and I mean that's a flavor that all of us will like. So in that case, I'm not sure how much they would like to communicate. If you think about like sugar reduction, they remove sugar and they put inulin in it. They don't communicate about inulin, they just remove sugar and put inulin. So maybe that would be also one way to massively change the footprint of chocolate products.
Thank you. Maura, you mentioned nutrition a couple of times in your speech, but then when you were just answering the question about consumer preferences, there's no mention of nutrition there. So I'd love you to touch on that. But then I've got another question for everybody, really, which is around the investment. You took a grant, and Ellen MacArthur Foundation, have you been able to then perhaps use a bit of venture philanthropy and give them a bit more money with a very low expectation on some return? I'd be really interested to understand a little bit more about how innovative you can be when you've got an engaged asset owner and a very high impact business. And I'd like to understand how your early funding was, Manon, as well. Thanks.
So nutrition is actually we've done consumer research, and it was always like what mattered to the consumer really when looking not just at coffee but also other beverages that they consume. So it was always taste is kind of the first one, then price, and then nutrition, so personal gain, anything that they might gain from it, then sustainability. So on packaging, we actually, our long-term vision is to be B2B. Surprise, like all the other companies today. But we do really believe that because it's coffee and because coffee isn't just going in as an ingredient into other products, like tiramisu, cold drinks, etc., but it is a hot drink that we all consume. We really do want to create a consumer awareness. And on packaging, it will actually be kind of all around the taste, but it will then have ticks for nutrition and sustainability, but almost further down the list.
Shall I just cover off the Ellen MacArthur Foundation grant? So we are not a grant-giving organisation. My finance and legal team would be very clear with me on this. However, when I designed the challenge, we wanted some proof points that big business could and can do this, and we wanted small innovators to be able to play as well. And to do that, we put some small grants across a small number of companies, and it is not for the requirement was not for commercial purposes, but to help demonstrate this design process that food can be designed for nature to thrive, and that was the kind of the piece around the grants. Manon, your investment.
Yeah, about nutrition first. What we figured out is that there is the Nutri-Score and there are claims, and I think that's the two main drivers about nutrition. So for us, it's like not especially communicating on the fiber content of our product, which are very high in fiber, by the way, but saying, okay, in that product you can actually reach a rich in fiber claim, or like really playing with the regulatory context that is moving as well, but playing on that scheme. And for the funding part, so when Nina arrived to France, it's because she found business angels to finance the company. So that's how we started. And on top, we benefit from a lot of public subsidies. So we are a finalist of EIC accelerator. That is a quite famous accelerator in Europe. So that definitely helped us a lot, and especially on building our own production facility. We also have in France a couple of public subsidies, such as France 2030, that is actually providing money to build a new factory. So we also really play with these grants to move forward in Grid Spot. Yeah.
And with that, we need to end, I'm afraid, by thank you both. I think everyone's around, and you two have fabulous exhibitions downstairs, so do grab us if you have any follow-up questions. My comms team would ask me to say you can follow the Ellen MacArthur Foundation on our socials and hear all about our challenge and that process. Thank you.
Thank you to the panel. So we've made it to the final discussion of the day, which is consumer perceptions, communicating innovation, and building trust with new ingredients. So this will be moderated by Louis from Future Food Movement, alongside Joanne from Waitrose, Trishala from Better Dairy, and Alan from Associated British Foods.
It's very nice to be out of the house this week, as I'm recovering from some kind of tropical disease given by my toddler. So you're lucky that I'm fully dressed and not in pajamas, I think, is for the first time this week. But we are here, I guess, to bring everything together. You know, we've heard from lots of new ideas today, but actually for these new ideas to drive change, consumers have to like them. You know, we need to drive that demand. But how do we do that? How do we build the trust? How do we get the distribution? How do we win the investment? I've got the pleasure of not answering the questions, just asking them today, but we've got a brilliant panel here that I'm going to ask to very briefly, and I mean briefly, I'll be looking at that clock, introduce yourself, tell us who you are, what you do, but then answer this very short question of, if you could envisage the ideal, sustainable and innovative UK food ecosystem 5 years from now, what would it look like? No, we're still with you, Jen.
Oh, thank you. No, it's great to be here. So, yeah, my name's Joanne Lunn, and I work leading on the health programmes, specifically for Waitrose. So if you're not familiar, Waitrose is a kind of upmarket grocery. We've got about 5% of the market share in the UK, and very fortunate to have predominantly food-loving customers. So our customers really love their food. They love finding out where it's come from. They love buying it. They love shopping for food, apparently, which surprised me. I like shopping online for food. And they really enjoy consuming it and all the benefit that gets. And so my role specifically is to support, you know, we know customers tell us they want help to eat a healthier, more sustainable diet. And so it's my role to develop programs which can enable them to do that. So when they are feeling healthy, that there's plenty of healthy choices available, clearly labelled, and we inspire them to do that. But when they're just in there making choices driven by cost, driven by convenience, driven by whatever else, behind the scenes, that stealthy, healthier approach, we're kind of looking out for them and making sure that products are meeting the criteria that we are setting. So that's me as an intro. And then your question was what I envisage a kind of sustainable system to look like in 5 years' time. So I think, you know, being ever the optimist that I am, and really, you know, seeing how we're understanding our customers, really putting those two, health and sustainable factors together. You know, a product's not good for me if it's not good for the planet. I'm really hopeful that a consumer pull will start to make some of what we're doing a little bit easier, and that that slightly more inquisitive nature, turning the pack over, looking at what's in the product, really wanting to understand that's going to kind of help pull. So all the initiatives that people are doing, looking down that food chain to support, you know, the farmers growing, you know, really caring for nature as they're growing products, that we're really thinking about them as we transform those ingredients into great tasting products that are on customer shelves, that will pull through.
Great, thank you. We're going to come back to that in just a minute. Let's move on.
Hi everyone, I'm Trish and I head strategy and partnerships for Better Dairy. What we do at Better Dairy is we make dairy proteins, but instead of them coming from milk and therefore from an animal like a cow, we get microorganisms to be our little factories to make those instead. And those dairy proteins can essentially go on to make any sort of milk, cheese, yogurt or ice cream that tastes and functions like the original. And in terms of what I would imagine for an innovative food future in the UK, is one where innovative technologies like precision fermentation have the right mechanisms in place to ensure that they can be produced, sold, and marketed to consumers in a way that they have all the information, as to your point, Joanne, and are able to make informed decisions.
Yeah, so Alan Line here. I'm a director of strategy at Associated British Foods. So just to give a little bit of an overview, ABF is a $25 billion net sales business, and we're quite diversified. So I work on the grocery side of our business, but we also do agribusiness, we do ingredients, we have a decent-sized sugar business, and we also do value retail, so we own Primark. It's actually sounds diverse, but it's probably even more diverse when you sort of going down the stream, because while we have 5 divisions, we probably have 70 to 80 independent operating companies. So we operate quite a decentralized model where we really empower our management teams to go out and build their businesses. I agree with both of the panelists in terms of, in the next 5 years, what would we like to see? I think the consumer bit is the demand from consumers for more sustainable products is going to be so important. I think what I would like to see is, we have, in the UK and other markets, we've got the manufacturing, we've got the sales and distribution capability, and I'd like to see a lot more partnership between companies like ABF with early stage companies, particularly on the ingredients side, but also with the retailers to really help to educate consumers in terms of the decisions that they're making about what to consume and why to consume it, because I think there's a really big education job to do.
I think so. One of the reasons for asking that question was to kind of set up what's the problem, and you've talked there about collaboration and investment. You've talked maybe slightly about policy, but Joe, I guess if we come right back to the consumer, we always hear about this. Consumers, they care so much about health, they care so much about sustainability, but then you look at what they're actually buying at the shelf edge, that doesn't always tell the story. There's this huge say-do gap. I guess, firstly, does that exist with Waitrose shoppers? And if yes, what are some of the things you're doing to help consumers gently nudge them to those healthier choices?
Yeah, absolutely. That say-do gap is completely true. And when you're watching consumer focus groups and you're listening to what they're saying, just reflecting on how we probably all are when we're kind of, what do we want from the food that we eat. But when you actually translate that into making those choices, planning those meals, eating on the go as we're all really busy, every other sort of factor comes into play, and that kind of cost, convenience, taste, shooting up there, and that will kind of over drive that score. So what do we do? Because we take really seriously that responsibility. When we hear customers say, "We want your help. We want you to do that," we don't give up. That's a start. The number of, I've been around for quite a while, and the number of times, we reflect on our kind of approach, what's worked, what's stuck. How can we make this choice really easy for customers to make it, and also when they do make that choice, how can we make sure that they kind of get that benefit from that, and that kind of that positive feedback coming back, so you're satisfied with that you haven't compromised on paying the earth for something, you haven't compromised on the taste because it's delicious and because you've really enjoyed it and you've really kind of valued the value that you've spent paying for that. So yeah, within what we're doing is alongside our assortment, we're making sure that we've got plenty of healthy, sustainable choices available. And we kind of maybe put a bit more effort into kind of highlighting those choices for customers, whether it's our own brand products with the kind of flashes and labels, or real support for these innovative new brands that kind of maybe need a bit of a leg up in our space. And it was great to hear about the kind of the nature first foods that we're launching in some of our stores with the Ellen MacArthur Foundation Prize. If you go in, they've got lovely kind of fins all around them. Really wanting to kind of tell that story so customers will loiter a bit longer and maybe understand. So yeah, we can do bits and pieces around that sort of inspiring, motivating, making sure that they don't feel like they've been let down.
What's been the biggest challenge, I would say, so far that you've come across when doing that?
Well, the biggest challenge is putting all of that effort into launching a healthy, sustainable product, and at the however many week review, it sitting in the tail of the big assortment that it's growing, and it's trying to keep that sort of the confidence that product, really trying to explain why is that product there, why have we got this in our assortment, because we've got this product. What are these customers then going to do in the rest of the shop? How is it opening up more kind of categories, more products? And that becomes quite a hard effort to do, because at that very straight level, you would just look at it and go.
Do you think that's changing internally?
Oh, yeah, because we can keep, like I said, we can keep reflecting back, what do customers want us to do? Customers want us to make it easier for them to eat healthy, sustainable food. So, customer in the room, they wouldn't want us delisting all of these products. They'd want us keeping going, keeping trying, remembering why it's there, looking for reasons to keep it.
And I guess, Alan, on the other side of that, selling into a retailer like Waitrose, do you feel some of that pressure to keep innovating for the customers and delivering those healthier choices?
Yeah, I think absolutely. And I think what's really challenging is when you start, we know we have more reformulation work to do in our products, and it's definitely top of mind of all the MDs that are running our businesses. I think, where there's actually a fear of where we've established, a decent amount of shelf space, once we start tweaking the ingredients, things that might seem a little bit less understood, consumers do begin to start flipping it to the back of the pack. Our rate of sales decrease, our shelf space decrease, and it's almost a bit of a, we have to sort of go back to what we were doing before. And so that's why I think it's actually quite challenging. The other things to kind of hit on is, if we are going to do something different, the price has got to be the same, if not better. The taste has got to be the same, if not better. And I think this is what keeps a lot of people up at night, to be honest.
And I guess it's like, maybe what are some of the considerations you take when making those decisions? You talked about being 25 billion in terms of revenue. Decisions that a business of your size make have, the potential to have big ramifications.
It does. I think, and I think that we are probably a bit unique in terms of the way that we sort of approach some of these challenges. So I would say the first line of defense is really within our operating companies. So if you think about that, we run a business, Twinings Ovaltine, and they only do Twinings and Ovaltine. They don't get involved in, our Pat Tak sauces or our Blue Dragon Asian products or, our Jordan's breakfast cereals. So that's really the first line of defense in terms of kind of thinking about how do we need to continue to evolve our product portfolio? Because I think the way that we think about it is, it's the people running those businesses that actually know what's going to work. They're the most familiar with the consumer, they're the most familiar with the customer, they're the most familiar with the manufacturing process and where they're actually sourcing the ingredients. Where that breaks down a bit is around the amount of risk that they might be willing to take because they're managing their own P&Ls and building their businesses. So, me sitting at more of a group level, that's our responsibility to go out and what are the partnerships that we need to be looking out for? What are the investments that we need to be making? How do we leverage our portfolio companies to take a bit more risk? So it's really almost a two-prong approach, I would say. I'll throw one more thing in there that I was sort of thinking about as I was thinking about the questions for this. Is I think actually at ABF, we're actually very uniquely positioned, and we don't always use this to our strength, which is we do agribusiness, we do ingredients, and we also do food products. But we don't always connect those those dots. So not only in terms of the decentralization, in terms of the operating companies, but I think in terms of us kind of working cross division. And so, kind of coming into this year, this is a big thing from my perspective, is to get the right people around the table to think about this more as a value chain, because one of the things that hit me from the last session was very much, we need some more creative thinking to really solve the problem. It can't just be someone operating an individual operating company, if that makes sense.
And I just want to come back to one of the points you made, Trish, before, because I think this is going to link nicely into your piece. You talked about there when you start to make decisions about reformulation, consumers start to turn over the pack. Like for a business of your size, does that mean that you're hesitant to reformulate, or does it mean that how risky can you be with some of those things?
I think we got to do a lot of consumer testing to give people in the business confidence that we should do that. Actually, I might have a bit more of a entrepreneurial type approach to it. I think one of the things to keep in mind, and I know a lot of people in this room will know this. Actually, we're talking about a lot of change within the food system, but the food system hasn't really changed that much in the last number of decades. So I think inherently there's a lot of risk aversion within food. So we have to find a way that's a little bit different than completely reformulating our products and then making sure that we've got Waitrose and Tesco and Sainsbury on board. We have to find a different way to actually test those out, and that's very hard to do for a company that's set up to sell to the big grocery malls.
Trish, Alan just said there that the food system hasn't changed dramatically. What you guys are doing has the ability to be able to do that. I guess just tell the room a little bit more about the journey you're on, but I'm really interested as well on kind of how do you address some of these consumer concerns? How are you building that trust and transparency in something that, for the average Joe, they probably just don't understand?
So journey we're on, we're in R&D stage. We've expressed both the proteins of target, so casein and osteopontin at lab scale. That is a big deal. And what we're working on now is scaling that up so that we become commercially viable. And I think to the points raised already and at the previous panel, taste comes up as a huge thing that is important to consumers, and the other is cost, as we all know. On the taste side, with technologies like precision fermentation and cell-based meat, so that's what people might here know as lab-grown meat, I'm excited by both technologies because they have the potential to really address the shortcomings of a lot of the taste aspects and texture and functionality of traditional products. And that's why I think we're seeing a lot of people kind of falling out with plant-based alternatives in certain categories. So I'm not as worried on the taste side, but on the cost side, that is a challenge that cannot be overstated. But there are a couple of things at play. So when it comes to, even if you look at plant-based alternatives in certain categories like meat, the UK government currently spends about $4 billion a year in subsidizing dairy and meat. So that immediately puts challenger products on the back foot. Another aspect, which I think is very pertinent to startups like ourselves, is we face what's known as the valley of death, where there's that initial investment for us to kind of prove our concept, but then it actually takes a really long time to go through the scale-up process and get to cost parity, which is the word term on everyone's lips, and it's in that kind of valley of proof of concept and full-on commercialization and price parity where that investment is just lacking. When you look at the UK government, the grants available, I search for them all the time. My CEO's right there, and he knows there's not a lot out there. So we really have to rely on private investment. And one last thing to note here is we just need something that's really visionary, and we just need the conviction of the public and private sector to will this into existence. If we look at clean energy, for example, in the UK, public and private spending has totaled $300 billion since 2010. That's incredible, and that's the reason why 51% of the electricity that we enjoy comes from renewable sources. That's the kind of investment that we need to make a true impact.
What do you think is stopping it?
There's two things. So I think there's that initial. I feel like with investors, there's a need to see results pretty quickly. Like the time horizons that they're looking at are like 5 years, maybe, depending on kind of where their fund is, maybe 10. It's kind of when you intercept it, and so I think the UK needs what companies like or countries rather like the Netherlands have gone by, where they've really put their money behind infrastructure projects, behind initiatives that support the local, the startup ecosystem, and I'm just not seeing that here.
I mean, it's a big one, right? It's a big one to solve, and I think if you look at green energy, people like it became cool. It became like the sexy thing to put your money behind, which I don't know. The food revolution, it doesn't seem cooler than that to me. But there we go. I guess if we're coming back to that piece about, consumer, it's about like what experience have you had so far with just explaining this to people and building that trust?
So I feel like with precision fermentation, we don't get the same sort of like bad rep as cultivated meat. I mean, I love the thought of cultivated meat, but I think some people find it quite icky. Whereas what I've found when I describe precision fermentation and dairy is there doesn't seem to be as much of this ick factor. I think there are a couple things at play. So one is the fermentation aspect. So we're essentially fermenting a microorganism like yeast, just like you'd ferment beer, but there's just a step beforehand where we tweak the yeast to give it the instructions on how to make the casein or osteopontin or whatever we want it to make. And so explaining that kind of process is, it's like beer brewing, except instead of producing alcohol and CO2, this microorganism is producing casein. And that seems to kind of fly well with people. The other aspect is this kind of microbial element. When you look at most dairy products, like your delicious cheeses or your yogurts, you need a certain culture in there. You need to use microbes. It's microbes that really give cheese that amazing taste and that gooiness. So again, that's not a big sort of like mental block for people. It's cognitively something that they can get their heads around, and they understand the journey that we're on. The other aspect that really seems to hook people is health. That's becoming like a bigger topic. Dairy is healthy, but there are certain advantages that precision fermentation produced cheese, for example, can offer. So one thing that we do is instead of lactose, which is a sugar in milk, you replace it with the plant-based sugar. So it's immediately great for lactose intolerant people, yay. And then, with aspects like saturated fats, we can make the product a bit healthier by replacing the animal-based fat with plant-based fat. So it also ends up being lower in cholesterol. So there are these sorts of things that we communicate. There's one misconception, though, that people have, and make them a bit nervous about precision fermentation, is the genetic modification aspect of it. And what's really important to point out is with a precision fermentation product, when we get the casein, we actually, even though we tweak the microorganism with genetic modification methods, we isolate the casein from the fermentation process so that the genetically modified microorganism isn't in that. So that puts people at ease. And we have to go through a regulatory process to get our products into market. So anyway, it's been an easier ride for precision fermentation for like consumer trust.
Yeah, but for interesting reasons. I guess you talked about two things there, and Joe, if I come to you, I haven't prepped you for this one, so you can ignore it if you want. You talked about perception and also regulation. I read something, I think it was in your Waitrose mag, that said sales of blue milk are at their highest ever. And one of the reasons driving that might be because of ultra-processed foods and kind of consumer perception towards plant milks and processing. Like, is that true? Are you seeing consumers like really change their buying habits because of things that are being said in the media and the press and perceptions to new ideas?
Yes, we are. So yeah, that came out from our food and drink report, which we publish annually at the end of the year, looking at sort of the trends that we've seen and how that's kind of translated into category shifts and changes. And there has been a shift. Our customers want to buy butter, they don't want to buy spreads, and they want to buy whole milk. because they're hearing that the kind of the fat message has been overplayed, and low fat isn't the best thing all the time, and actually they really enjoy the creaminess and the taste of the blue milk. It makes nice and frothy coffee, and everyone's happy. So yeah, we have seen that, and bringing that kind of question around that, the kind of concern around ultra processed foods, it shot up the list of the things that consumers or Waitrose customers are really worried about, and how they're trying to affect a healthier, better diet. Cut down on ultra processed foods, eat more veg, eat more fiber, eat more protein. But and this has happened in the last 18 months. This has shot up, and I think it really goes to show how the mindset of most people in terms of what a good diet, good basket looks like. It's plenty of minimally processed whole foods, and if you haven't got the time to process those minimally processed foods yourself, then you'll be looking for kind of convenient solutions that haven't been manipulated heavily to produce something that customers aren't comfortable with. And so that interrogation I said that people are doing now of the label, really wanting to understand what these ingredients are in food, and how as an industry we have to face into when there are ingredients that don't need to be there, we should move to kind of remove them. But when there are ingredients that do need to be there, or there are going to be unexpected ingredients that that we are using in the future to support a kind of more sustainable, nature-friendly food system, we've got to be able to explain to customers why they're there, so that sort of the trust that they have in retailers is maintained.
And that you talked about, if the whole food isn't there, then looking for the convenient option. Is that pipeline of kind of NPD, new products, are they starting to come through now from manufacturers?
Yes, absolutely. Yeah. And so that, how can we help customers, prepare quickly a balanced meal at the end of the day, with cooking time, acceptable cooking time, as short as it is, we're having to we are developing lots of products in those areas while still having all of those, ingredients there, with all of the recipe inspiration and everything that we can give for people that will be in that camp as well.
Cool, thank you. Changing topic now. Alan, you talked about collaboration earlier, and I guess I want to come back on that, because I huge fan and a huge part of what we do at Future Food Movement, but I think in your type of business, it plays such a different role. I guess if you can speak to any examples of how you do collaborate with businesses, and I guess the benefits to you as such a large kind of complex organization. And if you can't, kind of what would a perfect, collaboration look like? And I guess think about some of the benefits to affordability, to your supply chain, to your innovation, and so on.
Yeah, I think we actually have a pretty long history of collaboration, but I think it can get a lot better than what it even is at this point. So I'll give two examples where I've actually been quite proud seeing, some of what the businesses have been doing. So, we through our sort of World Foods business, we have two of them actually. We've worked with a lot of our suppliers for decades actually. There's extremely close relationships in Asia. We go all the way to the farms. We have various sustainability programs. We don't talk about it a lot, but it is absolutely a big focus. And so, everybody is really on a first name basis. And so that's a really great upstream collaboration that I think has worked for us for traditional ingredients, I would say. The other collaboration that I think has been pretty successful that we've had, we are a publicly traded business, but the reality is the way that we behave is much more like a family business. Weston family owns 54% stake in the business. All the dividend that goes to them ends up being given to charity every year. So it's actually a really interesting story. So because we are very family oriented, I think we've prided ourselves on working with entrepreneurs and other family businesses over time as well. And that's sort of what we've seen as we sort of looked at various investments and acquisitions through the years. So we have this family business ability to want to collaborate and some good success stories. But I think where we need to do more is really on two folds. One is, like I said, on the early stage side. So, I think not unlike a lot of other companies, yes, we put some money into venture funds, but I think we need to sort of go much further beyond that. I think we really, particularly on the ingredient side and thinking about some of the food products, how do we actually set up a bit of a collaboration and partnership that works for them, but also works for us? Now, sometimes again, if there's pressure to build a business quickly or to sell out at some point, that sometimes creates some tension because we may not actually want to acquire it, but we do want to do a collaboration. So we've got to figure out like what would actually work from that perspective. The other bit I think is really with retailers, actually, at the end of the day. I mean, we can tell our own stories about our brands and our products and the ingredients that we use, and we can do that through various media channels. But the reality is it actually does end up coming down to, even though there are lots of, 13, 15+% of sales are through online, it's still happening in the stores. So the only way we can get consumers to stop and think differently about the products is to actually partner with the retailers to tell that story and to interrupt at the point of purchase. So I think those two areas, early stage and retailers, is probably where we need to collaborate even more going forward.
Yeah, I think, we're certainly seeing lots more, or hearing about lots more retailer and supplier collaboration. If you'd agree.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think, it's both at the level of the big established suppliers who are doing interesting things with new products that are coming into the ranges, but particularly, so much of this innovation is small brands, new brands that have never probably worked with a retailer before at all, and how these sort of, this innovation pipeline that we can do to support new brands as they're coming into our business. I mean, I know, being January, the moment we had with the new brands has all been around health, and just seeing, people that want to come in, they've all got great sustainability stories, great health stories, into our kind of innovation pipeline that we then have to support them to kind of supply albeit one of the smaller but still nationwide retailer, and I think that's where we have a really important role to play. And some of those brands, whether it's the nature thinking products that we're showcasing at the moment, or other brands where we're really committed to kind of creating a market for regeneratively farmed products, it's changing the way that the store is looking in some fixtures, because tiny brands are getting a really big treatment to be disruptive and get their customer to stop.
Great, thank you. It's now your turn to be disruptive. We've got 3.5 minutes for any questions that you may have as an audience.
Hiya. I run a organisation called Sorted Food. We represent a community of 3 million people who love learning about food and exploring food from around the world. We've talked a lot this afternoon about consumer demand needing to increase in a lot of these different areas. And when it comes to, I suppose, the journeys of people learning about dairy that doesn't come from dairy, or coffee that doesn't come from coffee beans, and all those kind of different innovations, where do you think the responsibility for the education to consumers lies? Because is that with the retailers? Is it with the suppliers? I don't think the startups have the scale to do it. So where does the panel think that sort of responsibility lies?
Well, I think as a retailer, I think we certainly have a responsibility to inform and inspire customers to want to, to learn about food, to give them ideas and inspiration about what they can do with the food. Waitrose invests a lot of effort into producing magazines, newspapers, online content, where we can kind of showcase these stories, these supplier stories, for customers to understand a little bit more when they've got time, when they're in that moment, when they're saying what they want to do, giving them more reasons to help them when they actually are acting, that, switching into a kind of, oh yes, I am going to make the effort to do this. So I do see it as, we're not solely responsible by all means, and we're kind of, work, throughout the food chain to try and, as Waitrose, we're the only retailer that we own our own farm. We participate in Open Farm Sunday, and we get loads of people coming around the farm and seeing how everything's grown. So, I think it's at all different levels. But yeah, we do take our role to kind of inform, especially on, matters like this, really importantly, and not necessarily on products that we're currently selling. This vision of the future and trying to sell that to customers too.
I think it's a really good question. For me, I think storytelling can really kind of take its wings through a brand and how it communicates its product to customers. I think with technologies like precision fermentation, what I explained to this audience is very hard to communicate on packaging. But I think, again, through advertising, I've seen QR codes as well on packaging that then takes you to this other world. I think there's a lot that can be done there, and I'd actually say a lot more needs to be done with our school systems as well, and educating people from the grassroots to complement what the brands do, and of course what the retailers do.
I can actually build off of that one. So I think the world looks very different today than it did a couple years ago, especially around talking about climate and sustainability. I was just listening to another panel. It was like, is climate tech dead? And especially with the rise of inflation, where cost becomes one of the major consumer traits that people care about, how, especially as large corporations, do you still do the right thing? Like Alan, you were talking about doing on-the-ground sustainability work, and especially not communicating it. So how do you, as a large corporation, decide to do that? And then also, what advice can you give to young brands that are especially trying to sell into big corporations where the consumer poll might not be there yet?
Alan, I think if I could ask you to keep your answer as brief as you possibly could, because we're out of time.
It's a really loaded question, actually. How do we continue to do the right thing? Well, to be honest with you, I think in terms of some of the, we need to lower our cost base, actually, as a total company. And I'm actually, so if we want to keep the prices down for consumers, we have to look at the way in which we operate, and we need to bring down those costs. And actually, a lot of the stuff that we're doing around artificial intelligence to make our operations more efficient and effective, I think actually we can continue to do the right thing and invest the amount of money to tell a different story. In terms of the early stage brands, it's a really tough one. I think this is where I keep coming back to more partnerships. We have the scale, others have the scale. So if we can partner more, I was just thinking about this, we do buttered chicken. Well, maybe, and I would never call it a not buttered chicken because I just think that sends the wrong message. And I know there's a company that does that. But I'd love to partner with an early stage company around this to do some reformulation, to do some mutual storytelling, and to get the retailers excited about it. But we need to have that type of conversation and those types of opportunities to come to us. That makes sense.
I think that's all we've got time for now. You've been a brilliant audience. Alan sounds very much like he's open to collaborate with anybody. So if you've got something, if you've got something for him, go and speak to him. Better Dairy, I think you're downstairs downstairs in the exhibition. If you haven't looked, I haven't seen it yet. And Waitrose.
There's a lovely Waitrose in King's Cross Station that you can get your dinner.
Go and spend your money there on the way home. Back to you, Amy. Yeah, thanks very much, everyone.
Thanks to the panel, and thank you, Louis, for keeping us on time. So before we head downstairs for some drinks, I just want to say a huge thank you to all of the speakers, all of you in the audience, and also to my amazing team who has spent months bringing to life this event and also the exhibition that you're going to see downstairs. Also, a special shout out to Unions Wine and also Field and Whiskey, who are kindly sponsoring the drinks for tonight. And then also be very grateful if you could kindly scan the QR code. So this will help us track our impact and also help improve our future events. So thank you again, and let's all head downstairs for some drinks.